All right, we're calling the meeting to order. So, clerk, can you do the roll call, please?
Supervisor Brown?
Here.
Supervisor McCowan is absent. Supervisor Haschak?
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Here.
And Supervisor Williams?
Here.
All right. Mike Adair, could you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we're on to agenda item number 3, public expression. The public expression comments are limited to 3 minutes. And could you come when you're called, please give your name. All right, do we have any cards? Okay, thank you. Okay, John Sakowitz.
Good morning. First of all, congratulations, Chair Hassick, on your appointment as chair. Good morning, supervisors, county staff. As Supervisor Jurdy knows from all the candidate forums that all 9 candidates for the 3 seats are now undergoing, homelessness and housing is the first question the forum sponsors are asking in these roundtables. It's the very first question. What are you going to do with homelessness? And one of the ideas that has popped up in my going door to door in campaigning for my district has been, if the county has a juvenile hall that's has a very low census of a half dozen to a dozen kids, and if it's running a deficit of $2 million, why doesn't the county use that as the PUF unit? Why hasn't Measure B looked at converting juvenile hall into at least a temporary PUF unit? And perhaps contracting to send those half dozen to a dozen kids that are in the juvenile criminal justice system to Sonoma County or a neighboring county. So, so this is a question that has come up in the course of my campaigning, and I know that Supervisor Jurdy and then Supervisor Georgianne Krausley looked at this possibility in the past, and I'm wondering if it's still viable. So this is something that's come up, and I'm wondering if it's still a possibility. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to announce that there have been new attachments to the agenda, so if everyone could refresh their iPads, please. Thank you. Okay, Diane Simmons.
My name is Diane Simmons, and I am on the staff of EDFC, the Economic Development and Financing Corporation. Good morning, honorable supervisors. I am here representing the staff and the executive committee, which represents the board of directors of EDFC. We regret the statement made at by our previous executive director at your January 7th meeting regarding Supervisor Williams' position on our board. However, since the previous executive director was our employee, the executive committee takes full responsibility for what she said and apologizes to Supervisor Williams and to all of the supervisors. We are committed to working positively in the future with Supervisors Williams and Jurdy, county staff, and all of our community partners. We also welcome the assessment of our organization as directed by you, the Board of Supervisors, and are confident that our continuing contribution to the county's economic development will be apparent. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other public comment? Okay. Sheriff Kendall.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chair Haschak, Supervisors, Madam CEO, Deputy County Counsel, County Counsel Christian Curtis. I wanted to take the opportunity to discuss with you the fact that I have actually found an undersheriff. I wanted to be able to introduce my undersheriff. I went for a couple of weeks without one. It was like a 2-week-long root canal. And so I'm very, very happy to have Darren Brewster with me. He's accepted the appointment. Darren and I have worked together since 1990 when we were both working in the Corrections Division. I think it's very important that I found an undersheriff who is views the problems that we're facing in a similar manner that I do. It's also very important to me that I have an undersheriff that started out in corrections, because then we have a better understanding of the people that we're serving. Go ahead, Darren.
Lord, thank you for this time. A little bit about myself. I was born and raised in this county. I raised my family in this county. I've been with the sheriff's office for approximately 30 years. I started in the jail, as the sheriff stated. Worked on to become a patrol deputy, was promoted to investigations for a number of years, then went to become a sergeant on patrol, and then I was promoted to being a lieutenant running our major crimes unit. As you know, the undersheriff oversees the budget for the Mendocino County Sheriff's Office. I know that the budget is founded through the people of this county. And I take that very seriously, and I would never jeopardize the people's trust regarding the way the budget's used through our department. I want to thank you again for having me here, and I hope to meet with each of you in the future. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, any other public comment? All right, moving on to item number 4. Okay. Has there been proper notice established?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Okay. Are there any items to be pulled for separate consideration?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm not pulling it for separate consideration, but I would like to hear from staff on 4M.
All right. 4M, for some clarification.
Yes.
All right.
Well, Mr. Chair,
Oh, one second. Well, Supervisor Jurdy?
I just would like to make a comment briefly on 4H.
Okay. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am pulling 4M for separate consideration.
All right. Okay, anyone else? Okay, very good. So, are there any public comments about anything on the consent calendar that is not 4H or 4M? Okay, so I will, is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
So move.
Second?
Okay, it's moved by Supervisor Brown, seconded by Supervisor McCowan, to approve all of the consent items except for 4H and 4M.
I was just going to make a comment on 4H.
Okay.
I wasn't asking
Okay,
people.
oh, so just 4M is excluded from this. Okay, could you
Correct.
make your comment?
Just briefly, this is an exciting project. We know with the power shutdowns and just loss of power during storms that the Mendocino coast is vulnerable, just like other parts of rural California. And so a group of people on the coast are working together to propose a grant application, which was due prior to today's meeting. That's why this is a retroactive letter of support, to seek funds from PG&E to install array of solar panels with battery backup that would provide power to the Mendocino Coast Hospital, Fort Bragg Police Department, Sheriff's Substation, and some other key buildings in downtown Fort Bragg. And I'm happy to be working with this group of people and prepare the letter and the agenda summary for this item. And we, again, because it was brought to our attention the deadline for this grant application after the agenda was published, this is a retroactive approval of a letter of support signed by the chair and myself.
All right, very good. So we have a motion on the floor to accept the consent calendar, except for item 4M. Okay, we're going to vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, 4M, we're going to go to Supervisor Brown, and you had requested some clarification from staff?
Yes, I'd like staff to speak to this particular item. And I'm not sure if that is what Supervisor McCowan had in mind, but that is what I'd like to hear.
Why don't we hear from staff first, and then we'll go to Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Haschek, members of the board. Tammy Moss Chandler. I'm the Director of the Health and Human Services Agency. This item actually is a culmination of several discussions with both the Board of Supervisors, the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, and the Measure B Committee over the last year especially. But as you'll see in this item, this grant funding actually goes back to 2015, and it is funding that was received through the department through what's known as CHAFA, the California Health Facilities Financing Authority, at the state level. This grant funding entity has its own board at the state level, and it's actually that board that's requested this resolution of your Board of Supervisors today in order to affirm the current status of this funding. I do understand, as looking at this item, that it could cause some questions if someone went and read all the attachments, because there are a couple of parts of the story that aren't totally clear on this item, that when this funding was contracted with through CHAFA, it actually was being done in partnership with Redwood Community Services, and there's some detailed information attached to this about Redwood Community Services plans that were part of a contract with your board in fiscal year 2017-2018, and that contract actually asked Redwood Community Services to leverage this $500,000, which is not enough to do a crisis residential treatment facility, and there were detailed plans in that agreement to seek other funding that you hear about in the attachments, including CDBG funding and some other private public partnerships through potential loan funding. Because of the fires, CDBG funding, and other things that happened in 2017 and subsequently 2018, the conditions of that contract were not able to happen, and the additional funding was not secured. So at that point, actually, your Board of Supervisors directed your county staff to look at what to do with that property that was originally purchased with county funds on Orchard Street, and the county now owns that property in Orchard Street, not Redwood Community Services. Before, it was a title that was recognized both the county's investment and Redwood Community Services. So today, the property on Orchard Street is 100% paid for by your dollars. There were only the cost incurred of purchasing the land and removing some of the boundary lines on the land, which were some hard costs that were incurred as funding was being sought. And this action today is from the state board because your board also requested that your staff go and see if the state CHAFA board would consider looking at other sites throughout Mendocino County versus the original Orchard site that had been in discussion for several years. Janine Miller's here. She's been leading that dialogue with the state CHAFA board and their employees, and they have come back and said, no, the condition of where the crisis residential treatment site would be cannot be changed at this time. So this resolution is affirming that your board would support us continuing to pursue a crisis residential treatment facility on the Orchard Street property on that county land, and continue to work moving forward with what Janine Miller has been doing with Measure B committee input, with your board input, and continue to leverage the opportunity to have crisis residential treatment services here in Mendocino County.
Okay, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And also for the CRT, CHAFA is meeting on January 30th, and this is our last opportunity. We did meet with them in December, and they gave the warning. So this will be the last time that we will be able to receive the funding from the grant. Otherwise, that money will have to be returned. Is that correct?
Good morning, Dr. Jenny Miller, Behavioral Health Director. Yes, at our last meeting, CHAFA made specific requirements on the county to maintain these dollars. Two of them were that the Nocton Lewis contract was approved by the Measure B committee and that the CRT be built on Orchard Street. If we go back and have not met either of those milestone requirements, then they will be pulling the $500,000 funding for this project.
Yes. And then the other question is, for a CRT, it's also been looked at different neighborhoods. Is that correct?
Thank you. Supervisor Brown, there was, again, because the board requested, different areas were looked at for crisis residential treatment. For this $500,000, though, it does have to be on the Orchard Street property. But other places have been pursued, and I think in the long-term planning, we have a lot more information today about the countywide needs for crisis residential treatment services, but the conditions of this funding are specific.
And the zoning is suitable for that particular site? I believe that it is.
Supervisor Brown is chair of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, and my understanding is that this is an acceptable site. I don't know the details of the zoning pieces, but that has been investigated in the past.
Okay, thank you.
And I appreciate Supervisor Brown for going to the meeting in Sacramento next week to represent the county.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much. Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Well, thank you, and I do have some questions, so that's why I pulled the item. First of all, a statement that given the public interest in mental health and the gravity of the need facing our community and communities across the state and nation, this item should never have been considered for consent. So I think that was just an oversight that this made it onto the consent calendar. The rationale for, yes, of course, we want to approve this is clear in that the choice is take this action or hand the $500,000 back to the state. So I completely understand and support that. However, making this commitment potentially has some implications for the interest in having crisis residential treatment facilities dispersed regionally in the county to other areas in the county. And it also may have implications for Measure B funding. So the county does own the property. We can be reimbursed that $500,000 providing we move forward constructing the facility. No one has yet said where the estimated $5 million to build the facility would come from. So I think there should at least be a little discussion of that before we move forward with this action.
Again, Tammy Moss-Chandler, Director of Health and Human Services. I regret and apologize that the attachment to this item made that sound like that's the cost of this facility, because the details in that attachment actually were tied to a combined facility that was being pursued that would have both a crisis residential treatment program and a crisis stabilization unit. So actually, Dr. Miller's working with Nocton Lewis and our local experts in planning and building here around better estimates of what that would be. I'm not sure that we have those for public information today yet, as those are still being pursued, but certainly it is much less than the $5 million originally proposed for a combined crisis facility and campus, if you will.
Although, depending on the work Nocton Lewis does, potentially they might come back and recommend a combined facility. Is that out of the question?
So I wouldn't say that's out of the question, but right now, based on what we're looking at and the timelines that CHAFA has given the county, we're really looking at phase 1 with Nocton Lewis, and that's really to build a crisis residential treatment facility. Whether they decide to look at that site for additional facilities, I can't answer that question, but right now the focus really is on a crisis residential treatment. We have not only a requirement that we get the property built on Orchard Street, we have a timeline to build a property before we also have to have it built and open by a certain time frame, or they won't refund, or they won't provide the $500,000 grant.
So because we're under a time crunch, we're moving forward constructing the single facility where in the bigger picture, it might have been advisable to have a combined facility, but we'll have to figure that out and fold it into the process later if we can. And then as to a source of the funding, presumably at some point there would be a request to the Measure B committee to request that Measure B funds be used to construct this facility? Or is there some other source of funding I'm not aware of?
If I might, through the chair.
Yes.
Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO. To the question about the site, there is going to be some master planning done by the architect. So for example, would it be feasible to house more than the CRT? So they will be considering that under the phase one option as designed. And then as far as there will be an item coming forward, both to the Measure B Oversight Committee and your board, as to the development of that site. And that will be within the time frame that we have under the CHAPA guidelines.
Thank you.
Supervisor Brown.
Supervisor Williams was first.
Oh, okay. Supervisor
I had a similar concern to what Supervisor McCowan expressed, that it looks like we're moving forward without a plan. And my concern, as I've stated before, is I don't believe we can operate a CSU or a PUF with the Measure B funds. I think it'll be a huge hit to the general fund, and we haven't just started the discussion. I know staff has direction and is working on an analysis. Until we get that back, it's really hard to say how to shuffle the priorities and what compromises to make. That said, I support this item because I don't want to lose $500,000 of state funds today. But I am a bit dismayed that we've gotten to this point where we have to make a decision without a plan backing it.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, and I would just like to mention, I appreciate your support, Supervisor Williams, that there has been a lot of discussion on and off about this particular site for quite some time, going back to 2015. And this is just the final action that is needed, and I do agree with Supervisor McCowan, probably was not an item for consent. It should have been on the regular agenda. But I sure hope that we can move forward on this. I think it helps us a lot, and I think with Measure B, it was something that was promised, that we would leverage Measure B funds to find other funds, and these are those funds, and I think it is a good location. I certainly believe we need to work with the city of Ukiah as a part of the plan. And anyone else throughout the county that has expertise in that area. But I'd like to hear public comment before I propose a motion.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, my purpose in pulling the item was not to oppose it. I do support it, but I also thought it was appropriate to have this discussion so we in the public are better informed. Mentioning the city of Ukiah raises another question. We had previously had some discussion, and I think there was general board agreement that in moving forward with any of these facilities, even if city approval is not strictly required, that we ought to work collaboratively with any local city where facilities might be located and respect their process as well. So I think we've already given that direction, but this might be the first test of that. So, and I'm prepared to make a motion following public comment.
Okay. Any other comment from the board at this point? And I do appreciate you pulling it for discussion on this. Thank you. Okay, public comment. John Sakowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John Sakowitz, candidate 1st District Supervisor. I want to thank Supervisors Brown and McCowan for pulling the item. You know, as a footnote to this, if elected supervisor, I want to find out who controls the consent calendar. How does an item as important like this get snuck through the public scrutiny without any discussion from the board? Who controls the consent calendar? That's a separate issue. I would vote for this as well because it means giving the state back the $500,000 grant that they give us to buy the property in the first place. My question is this. Does this deal pass the public scrutiny test that the state has for the gift of public benefit or the gift of public funds? We know that the county has got a very cozy relationship with Redwood Community Services. So the question is this. Is Redwood Community Services going to be handed the operation contract before they wanted it, because they wanted it before the county had to buy back the property from Redwood Community Services? As we know, Redwood Community Services discovered that they could not bid on the operation of the facility if they also own the property in the building. And now I fear that Redwood Community Services is going to stick it to the Measure B committee to save the deal. I'd like to know if the county CEO is going to give the property to the Measure B committee, or is the CEO going to make the committee pay the county the $500,000 for the property and at least another $5 million for the building, only to hand over a fully operational facility over to Redwood Community Services in the end? Again, the county's relationship with Redwood Community Services is too cozy. What's the plan? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment? Yes.
Hi, my name is Mika Fred. I am the Vice Chair of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board now, and I just wanted to thank Jan McCordy for all of her support and work she's done for mental health in Mendocino County. She's been a great role model, and our chair and myself really hope that we can follow that model and continue to advocate for mental health services. One of the things I wanted to remind you guys about the CHAFA is that it is the first recommendation in the Kemper report to build this crisis residential treatment on Orchard Street. So there is a plan to address that issue that you were talking about. Also, it is the shovel-ready project that RQMC has been working with the county for before there was Measure B. And it seems like had there not been Measure B, this probably would have been the plan, but it has gotten stalled because there became additional fundings through Measure B. And I also wanted to say that, I did some research, and there's plenty of research that says that the community-based crisis stabilization units are a cost-effective alternative to the inpatient hospitalization. As well as they show levels of improvement as at a higher patient satisfactory score. And those are coming from the Journal of Behavioral Health Services. The other thing I want to say is that we do have to remember that the county contracts with RQMC to solve problems that the crisis residential unit would solve. So they're not really in the pocket of the county. It is you guys do contract with them to solve the issue that we're trying to solve with this project, shovel-ready project. So I just wanted to make those points. Thanks.
Thank you, Mika. Any other public comment? Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I have a question for staff. I just heard that there is a plan. Is there a financial plan? What will it cost to operate the CRT? What is the hit on general fund? And go ahead.
Tammy Moss Chandler, Director of Health and Human Services. Thank you for asking the question. I actually wanted to speak to your comment earlier about that. As Mika said, crisis residential treatment actually does have a plan, and Janine can actually provide that to Supervisor Williams. In terms of staffing cost and how it's cost effective, it is different than crisis stabilization or psychiatric hospitalization, where counties are able to run crisis residential treatment services at a cost neutral basis under Medi-Cal billing processes. So really what your board's asking today about what will it cost to build this, and can we do that building in time in a strategic way that allows allows us to leverage future opportunity as well as meet the timelines of this grant funding is really important. But the cost of operating a crisis residential treatment services, there are many models of that across the state, and there is not evidence that those would be cost prohibitive to operate a crisis residential treatment.
Not just cost prohibitive, but neutral. You don't
Cost
expect
neutral.
any. You don't expect any hit to the general fund for operating the CRT.
I will say we do not. We do not currently use any county general fund in our mental health services in Mendocino County, and this actually is a service that we are confident will not create a burden on the general fund.
Thank you.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank staff for the work they've done on this item. And I think it's obvious to anyone who has actually read the item, but there's nothing whatsoever in here that prejudges who might operate such a facility once it's constructed. And I see affirmative nods on that. I will move the recommended act. Oh, there might be other discussion.
There is. Okay. Supervisor Jurdy.
Thank you, staff, for clarifying the point that the crisis residential treatment is the cost-neutral service that we want to see in Mendocino County and not burden the Measure B funds or the general fund. That really it's the crisis stabilization and the psychiatric facility are the two that will likely, well, almost certainly require some subsidy and hopefully not more subsidy than Measure B provides. Given that, I totally support the residential treatment facility being here as well as in other locations of Mendocino County, and I agree with Supervisor McCowan that it shouldn't just be in one location in the county, it should be dispersed throughout the communities. But I also think it will be interesting to see as you further analyze the cost of crisis stabilization and psychiatric facility, while it could physically be located at the Orchard Street site, again, I'll bring up the fact that if there was a way to work with Adventists to build something on their campus or adjacent to their campus so we can share staffing with their operations, it seems like that shows the greatest promise in not drawing down general fund dollars because they already have resources that could be shared with those facilities. And while Orchard is only a few blocks away from their Ukiah campus, I'm a little nervous that they would not perhaps be able to share staffing a few blocks away, but that'll be interesting to further review through this process you're going through. But I also support this proposal.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. And the bottom line is, and Mika said it earlier, this will help our people in crisis, a mental health crisis, keeping them from going further down that road. And so I think we're very fortunate to be able to have this much money, be able to add to it, and have an operation with no cost to the general fund, Supervisor Williams, but it is really needed and it will help people stabilize if we have this. And that's what we're all looking at. That's what the voters passed with Measure B. So for me, it's a win-win.
And I'd like to add that with the Knock and Lewis contract, they were talking about 3 CRTs, and this would just be one of them, right? And that I'm assuming that a CRT could be built a lot quicker than like the PUF unit or the CSU. Maybe the restrictions are a little less onerous. Is that true?
Thank you. Dr. Miller can certainly elaborate on this, but that is true that a crisis residential treatment program does not require the same kind of facility or OSHA requirements that certainly a psychiatric health facility requires, and even that a crisis stabilization unit would require.
Okay. And if we build this one, we certainly aren't excluding the option of building others around the county.
That's correct.
Thank you. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, the recommended action. Any further discussion? All in favor? Or press the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Very good. Moving on to item 5A. Discussion and possible action, including introduction and waive reading of an ordinance delegating authority to invest or reinvest the funds of the county and its other depositors in the county treasury to the treasurer for calendar year 2020. The sponsor is the treasurer tax collector, Sherry Schottmeyer.
Chair Hatchak, members of the board, Sherry Schottmeyer, Treasurer Tax Collector. As a direct result of the Orange County investment problems and subsequent bankruptcy, it is mandated that the Board of Supervisors annually delegate the authority to invest and reinvest the funds of the county. I am before you today for the 14th time on this item, and I am recommending that you adopt the ordinance that's in your packet that delegates this authority to the county treasurer for the 2020 calendar year. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any comments from the board? Supervisor Jurdy.
I'd like to move to approve, but I would just like to ask Sherry, I know for people who are watching this and aren't familiar with this, after the Orange County debacle, there's been increased state scrutiny over the way these funds are invested at a county level. And so maybe you could just briefly summarize the very conservative investment policies that are put in place with these funds.
Thank you, Supervisor Jurdy. Yes, so this happened in the mid-90s that the Orange County did file bankruptcy, and it was because of Treasury practices. And there was a lot of government code changes at that point, and this was one of them. And pretty much there's been a lot of scrutiny on everything that with the investment practices, and it's outlined in the policy. The policy was on the consent calendar earlier today. There's a lot of restrictions in that, and everybody just takes it extremely serious. And we try to be really transparent with what we do. It's on the website, so people can access that. And we're just, it's just a good practice going forward.
Okay. Supervisor Brown.
I was going to make a motion, but I don't know if we've had public comment or not.
No, it's not the time yet.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, is there any public comment? All right, seeing none, I'll go back to Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the introduction and waive the reading of an ordinance delegating authority to invest or reinvest the funds of the county and its other depositors in the county treasury to the treasurer for calendar year 2020.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Supervisor Williams. All right. Any comment? Okay, we're going to vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Agenda item 5B, discussion and possible action including approval of retroactive amendment to Board of Supervisors Agreement number 19-240 with Thomas Law Group in the amount of $155,000 for a new agreement amount of $280,000 to provide legal services related to Keep the Code, Inc. versus County of Mendocino, Mendocino Superior Court Case number SCUK-CVPT-12-60196, effective July 30th, 2019 through June 30th, 2020, and approval of corresponding requests for appropriation, revision of funds to increase planning special projects, budget unit 2852, Org Code PS 826184 in the amount of $155,000 and PS 862239 in the amount of $155,000. Sponsor is the County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the amendment of the Thomas Law Group contract. This is related to the Harris Quarry project and the litigation that came out of that from Keep the Code. As of November, there was still about $20,000 left on the old contract, and then there was really quite a flurry of activity within December and January based on the hearings, a lot of new arguments that were raised. The result is that they have gone over budget. The new proposal is intended to build in enough space for the contractor to be able to provide services related to ongoing litigation. We have received a notice that Keep the Code intends to challenge the the new action taken by the board. Per the indemnity agreement, the costs on this contract are borne by the applicant, and I'm informed by Planning and Building that they have already received the funds to cover this amendment from the applicant. And then I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, question for County Council. Can you confirm that the indemnification will cover 100% of the additional costs?
So under this amendment, the funds have already been received. So yes.
Thank you.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, it's my understanding a deposit has been received, and that deposit will be renewed as the funds are utilized.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, any public comment? Seeing none, back to the board.
I'll move the recommended action.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan moves the recommended action. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Supervisor Brown seconds. Any further comment? Okay, we're going to vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Right. Agenda item 5C, discussion and possible action including an update on energy efficiency project identification efforts underway, and provide possible direction to staff to conduct a competitive process to procure a contractor for identification and implementation of energy efficiency projects. Executive Office is the sponsor. Okay, Mr. Dunnicliff.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Steve Dunnicliff, Deputy CEO. Aircon Energy provides energy conservation measures to customers throughout the state of California. As your board may be aware, in 2002, the county contracted with Aircon Energy for energy efficiency work that was completed at the Public Health Building on Dora. In 2016, Aircon was invited back to the board to provide information on other energy efficiency projects that may be available for completion. No contract with Aircon was considered at that time, but they completed initial feasibility investigations, which were shared with your board in 2019. In 2019, again, no contract with Aircon was considered, but they agreed to complete investment-grade audit of county facilities to take the next step in identifying projects that could be eligible for financing and funding. So, and as an update, Aircon has begun their work on the investment-grade audit process as they had committed to with your board. We've got a situation, though, at this point, it's unusual and potentially problematic that we're moving so far down the road with this company that we have a good historical relationship with, but that we've never completed a competitive procurement process, and we don't have any sort of a contract in place with this firm. So at this point, county process would typically dictate that we begin a process with a competitive procurement, we do an RFP, we select a firm, we get a contract in place, and we move forward. So from the perspective of staff right now, the energy efficiency work that we want to have done is very important. Aircon has been a good partner for us, and if we back up and do an RFP, we certainly hope that they would submit proposal. But it's the recommendation of staff that we get direction from your board to complete an RFP process and contract with the firm for the work that we're trying to get completed. So that concludes my comments.
Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO. Just to add on to what Mr. Dunnicliff was mentioning as far as the fair competition, I think it would be beneficial at this time to conduct that proposal so that you would have something that came forward as far as a scope of work and a potential return on investment that would inform the board and the public as to what our approach would be under that type of a project. There are many companies that work in this particular area, and we've been approached by several, which does lead us to the determination that fair competition would be appropriate. And we've been communicating this with Aircon, and they're well aware, and as Mr. Dunnicliff mentioned, hopefully would be a partner in that and would submit a proposal.
Supervisor Jurdy.
So it's not really clear from the staff report. Are you looking for an RFP for someone, for a company or an entity to do the assessment and prepare the bid documents for construction? Or is this for the implementation of the projects as identified by Aircon?
If I may, through the chair, Steve Dunnicliff. So the service that Aircon provides is something that is of interest, which is that it's a turnkey type service. They're a licensed contractor. They identify the projects, they identify funding, line up funding, and can provide a turnkey service fairly rapidly once they've been selected. The alternative is to have an assessment done where projects are identified, and the county would put each project out to bid as they came in. And the funding component of that one would seem to work best if there was general fund dollars to put towards it, as opposed to trying to piecemeal projects that we're seeking outside funding for.
So I don't feel like I've heard the answer. So are we asking for a company, Aircon or someone else, to prepare both the assessment and the bid document for the implementation, or are we expecting, or is Aircon still proceeding as they had promised with an identification of the efficiency projects that are cost effective for the county to implement?
If I may, through the chair, I'll try again. So Aircon, typically a firm like this would not be preparing bid documents. The construction component of it is covered in the procurement process for the qualified firm that is selected, and that's the process that we've skipped here. Aircon is continuing to work on the investment grade audit that they had promised to provide your board with. I think that it would be ideal if we would provide them with direction to stop that process and let us go through the procurement. Otherwise, we've got a firm that's expending energy and capital in identifying projects that we don't have any assurance or ability to work with them on implementation of. So there are firms that we could contract with and pay typically to go through and do an assessment of county facilities, come up with a list of projects that could be considered. That's not really the path that Aircon has moved down with. Am I any closer, Supervisor?
If I might add, through the chair, what we look for in a fair competition and putting together a proposal are for those that may be submitting those proposals to tell us what they think would be the most advantageous and efficient for our county. So it would be under best value. So for example, if there were a turnkey proposal, we would assess that. If there were a proposal that gave us the option of individually selecting projects, we would have to assess that as well. So at this point, not having really thought through the entire scope of work, but we could put it out as such that would allow us some room to consider either or, depending on what's more efficient for our county, what our county resources would take in order to go through a bidding process, so to speak, rather than a turnkey. So there are options under fair competition that would allow us to determine that based on the proposals submitted.
Okay.
So I'll just remind the board, because we may have two new board members who weren't here when we were discussing this last. I'm not sure when this was last discussed, but I pressed Aircon to offer us the assessment without a promise that they would get the work. Now it looks like they, through staff, are trying to change that and say we want to have a process where they could get the contract prior to telling us what are the most cost-effective projects to implement. I think we would be better off. I'm a little suspicious of Aircon. I would prefer us instead to pay Sonoma County's Sustainability Division. If the city of Ukiah was within the Sonoma Clean Powers service area, which it's not because it's independent, we would have that service for free, because Sonoma Clean Power is offering that service for any business or government agency served by Sonoma Clean Power through June 30th of this year. But I spoke with an employee at the County of Sonoma's Sustainability Division. They could come, and they have the depth of knowledge in their staff that we don't have at County of Mendocino currently, that they could do an assessment of our buildings. And I would trust their judgment more than Aircon, because they're not going to sell us a product after the fact. They're not making recommendations and then getting paid to implement those recommendations. They would simply be telling us honestly that this is the most cost-effective way to install air conditioning of your buildings. This is the most cost-effective way of retrofitting your buildings. I think we'd be better off if Aircon isn't going to follow through with their promise that they made to this board, which was to provide us with this list without an obligation, then I think we should shift gears and go to the County of Sonoma Sustainability Division.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would support Supervisor Jurdy's recommendation. A couple of other things in response to staff comments. One, yes, we should relieve Aircon of any obligation to continue working on a process for which we have no contract and which actually further work on it could compromise either their position or ours. So I doubt there's any disagreement with that. As to the comment regarding general fund, I do want, it's not piecemealing to assess all county buildings and properly allocate general fund versus non-general fund costs. So I do want to make sure we are tracking that going forward for any projects that are actually implemented. The item, is maybe a little unclear. I share some of Supervisor Jurdy's concern there. So ultimately it seems to say conduct a competitive process to procure a contractor for identification and implementation of energy efficiency projects. And, that may or may not be the best way to do it. But another concern that I have, when we had the presentation previously from Aircon, they were recommending projects that had a 60-year payback, which meant there was no payback because 60 years exceeded the usable life of some of the equipment being recommended. So I was pretty doubtful of that analysis, and those supposed energy efficiencies with a 60-year payback were being subsidized by proposed solar projects. I think we should be splitting this out into energy efficiency projects for existing building operations, and separately solar projects that would likely make sense for the county. And I think we've identified some and could identify more. And again, the current trend seems to be shifting away from rooftop and going to parking lots, which also have the added benefit of providing shaded parking. So, I'm thinking this item probably needs a little more work.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. And I will say, I believe Aircon has an excellent reputation throughout the state of California and had been a previous contractor with us. But I have, I'm not against what Supervisor Jurdy is proposing, because I hate to see them continue with this audit at their cost. And now we're doing a contract process. So I think that we should consider what Supervisor Jurdy has to say. And Aircon can bid when we go out to bid, if that is the case, on whatever. And they have a lot of knowledge, but I hate to see them spend any more time and money into a project that we'll need to go out to bid.
CEO Angela.
Thank you, Chair Hashak. I would like to clarify a couple points that I think the board has alluded to. Aircon, in general, is keeping their commitment to Mendocino County. What has occurred is that they were scheduled to be here last week, and they were here, but instead of sending their full staff, they sent half the staff, mainly because they have other counties that are contracting with them for the same services. So I think the issue that we're seeing as staff is that without having something in place with any energy efficiency company, we are doing the work maybe at a slower speed than this board would like. So I believe that the item that's coming forward is really to go out for RFP to get a company in here, whether it's for just an assessment or whether it's for assessment in the actual activity. But in this case, though, I think Supervisor Jurdy brought this up before, working with Sonoma County, and I think that that is a good suggestion. My question is that something that they will do, that they will come up here and do that at no cost to Mendocino County? They will charge us. So, okay, so this is really a good step, because we are saying that we're willing to move forward with paying for an energy efficiency study and a plan to work on our buildings. That we have not done with Aircon, and that's mainly because they've offered to do it for free. But what we're finding is they will do it for free, but it will take much longer because they do have paying customers along the way. So, you know, if it means anything, I certainly support Supervisor Jurdy's recommendation as well. Thank you.
And just to clarify, I got mixed up between the head nodding and everything in the question. That was Sonoma Clean Power, they would charge for this service?
To clarify, Sonoma Clean Power is paying the County of Sonoma's, which is separate, Sustainability Division to do assessments of businesses and government agencies served by Sonoma Clean Power, because the core of the County of Mendocino's buildings are in the city of Ukiah, which is not served by Sonoma Clean Power. That service is only available for our buildings outside of Ukiah city limits, but it is available through June 30th for free. If we want to have an assessment of buildings that are in Ukiah city limits, Sonoma County's Sustainability Division staff said that they would be willing to do that assessment, but at some cost.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I also support Supervisor Jurdy's concept. I hope he makes a motion here in a moment. I don't think we can have a contractor perform an analysis if they plan to bid. It'll lack credibility, or at least it'll have a perception that it lacks credibility. And for that reason alone, I think it needs to be split into two separate projects. Using Sonoma County resources makes a lot of sense. It'll be unbiased, and they have the expertise. They've already demonstrated it in Sonoma County.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. We might also consider referring this issue to the Mendocino County Climate Action Advisory Committee, not to delay the process. We could move forward simultaneously, I think, with doing whatever we're doing here, but also referring it to the committee for their input. I do think we should separate out the energy efficiency from the solar. The energy efficiency upgrades should stand on their own and not require subsidy from the solar projects, or at least that's my thought. I want to know that if we're investing a significant amount of money in supposed energy efficiency projects, that there's an actual payback to the county, that we're actually saving both in energy efficiency and financially over the life of the project.
Supervisor Williams.
Would we like the climate action advisory committee to also look at the new jail wing as part of this, given that we're talking about new construction, $27 million we're installing carbon-based heating systems?
A year ago, that would have been a really good suggestion.
Yeah, I think
we're
we should.
Too far down the road.
Let's see. All right.
I don't know, did we have public comment on this
No.
item?
Okay. Is there any public comment on this issue? Okay, back to the board. Supervisor Jurdy.
Before I make a motion, I'd like to get some feedback from staff. But what I would like to see us do is to obtain from Aircon what they've produced to date and in their assessment of our county buildings. I do believe they've amassed a fair amount of information and analyzed it. Take that information, contract with the County of Sonoma's Sonoma Sustainability Division to have them do a peer review of that and to do their own analysis and bring back recommendations for energy efficiency of the county buildings. And again, we can get that, I believe, for free for buildings outside of Ukiah city limits through June 30th. And for work that's inside Ukiah city limits, we would have to pay them something.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I suppose we could ask Aircon if they would be willing to give us for free the information that they've acquired. I would understand if they were reluctant to do so, given that that information ultimately would be benefiting their competitors, not necessarily them. So staff could ask. I wouldn't be surprised if they said, sorry.
Chair Haschak, I would like to make a comment.
CEO Angelo.
Aircon has been extremely professional with us, and because we have been talking with them actually for a couple years, I do believe, Supervisor McCowan, that they will give us the information. So I think that Supervisor Jurdy's plan to ask them for what they've done so far and then utilize that as a base and work with Sonoma County, I think we'll be able to do that. And if it doesn't occur as we've just stated, then we'll certainly let this board know. But I don't think it'll be a problem with Aircon. They've been more than professional with us, and they've been very patient with us too. So this actually works for everyone because we now can say we're moving in a different direction. So thank you.
So I guess I have a question about this contract with Sonoma Clean Power. Does that have to come back to the board if we're talking $5,000 or $30,000 or?
Chair Haschak, if the board takes this action today, which you haven't voted on this yet, but if you take that action, if we contract with them for under $50,000, we could move forward. I can't imagine it would be over that. And so if it's more than $50,000, then we would come to the board. However, if this board would like all the information and you would like to be the final authority on this, we could bring back any contract we have with them, with this board. So it's direction of this board.
Well, I think
Is that
Supervisor
clear? I hope it's
McCowan's
clear.
idea too of limiting the scope to those short-term projects that have a payoff in the next 5 to 10 years makes a lot of sense. And so that might limit the scope instead of looking at the 60-year payoff like Aircon was. So I'm going to Supervisor McCowan.
Well, I wonder if Supervisor Jurdy has gotten any ballpark estimate of what this might cost.
No, but I also wouldn't want to limit to payback of 5 or 10 years. Many improvements to buildings will last, 20, 30 years. 60 years is a long payback. I agree. But I understand I think staff understands what we're getting at. We want projects that have a payback that is within the life of the capital equipment and capital expenditures.
Exactly. And would the Sonoma County Office of Sustainability, I imagine they'd be able to do both the energy efficiency upgrades for lighting and equipment as well as evaluate solar projects?
I believe they would be able to do both and give us their recommendations.
So I assume the motion would be to the effect of contracting with them as you've described, requesting the information from Aircon, and then again, one key point I think we all agree on is any alleged energy efficiency projects should have a payback within the life of the equipment. I mean, that kind of stunned me, frankly.
Okay, so is that direction given to the board?
I think Supervisor Jurdy is prepared to make a motion.
So I'd like to direct staff to request from Aircon their assessment, their information on county Mendocino buildings prepared to date, and present any information, including information from Aircon, with the County of Sonoma's Sustainability Division for their assessment of County of Mendocino facilities for efficiency improvements that will have a payback within the life of the improvements.
Second. And I have a question.
Well as solar projects.
And including of a payback on optional solar projects.
Okay, and Supervisor Williams?
The question is, can we apply this to new construction as well, given that we're looking at a CRT? we don't want to come back a couple of years from now and implement energy efficiency upgrades. And I'm wondering, is there a economy of scale that if Sonoma's unit is looking at our energy efficiency, could they also, when the time is right, could the contract include looking at the new development?
I think makes sense. We might want to, at this point, because those buildings haven't been designed yet, we might want to focus on the existing buildings. But if we have a good experience with them, I think, it would be the logical thing to do.
Thanks.
And when I discussed this with Knock and Lewis over at the CSAC conference, that the architect was very much knew what the goal of the board was in energy efficiency, zero energy for this, whatever construction they do. So they're aware of our desire. Okay. So we have the motion, we have a second. Okay. I'll press the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, very good. We're on to item 6A, which is supervisor reports. Now, my report was uploaded. And so you'll see it on the report. I also see the second district supervisor's report is uploaded. Very good. So thank you, Supervisor McCowan.
You can thank staff for that. It was a late arrival.
Okay. So would you like to add anything to that, Supervisor McCowan?
No, I think it's there for anyone to read. Just a couple of highlights. Mendocino County Climate Action Advisory Committee did meet. They agreed to hold regional meetings for the coast, the North County, and the Ukiah area prior to their next meeting of the committee as a whole. There was robust discussion on the formation of ad hoc committees versus development of focus groups. And I believe County Council is supportive of the idea that you could have a citizen-driven process for the focus groups that would allow them to operate with a great deal of flexibility and independence and not be subject to the Brown Act as formally appointed committees would be. So that would be reflected in the bylaws, which were also discussed. Just like to make one comment that is, I think, pretty significant for the Ukiah Depot. NCRA did meet. The bid process to complete that project is still underway with the assistance of Senator McGuire, working to encourage the Judicial Council of California to take the necessary steps to allow that project to go out to bid. I do think we're pretty close. And the Judicial Council of California did finally step up and demolish the two dilapidated buildings on their 4.1 acres at the depot site. Those buildings have long constituted a public nuisance. They were both damaged by fires set by transients. They have now been substantially demolished, and work is proceeding to clear that 4.1 acres and remove the rubble. So that's a very positive development.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, most of mine will come out as action items in the next couple of meetings, but I do want to comment on, I think broadband is moving forward. I've been involved in a couple meetings with staff, including one by phone at RCRC. It's good progress. I'm sure it'll come back as a more formal update. I attended a CSAC course here in Ukiah. Room was packed with Ukiah and Lake County staff, and I wasn't crazy about the topic, but halfway through, it was a little bit too soft for me. And some people will resonate with some topics and not others, and that's to be expected. But it was valuable. The discussions that were raised from it were important to have, and I'm really pleased to see that that we're getting so many of our folks through. I'm going to save fire and EMS because McCowan and I have an update later on the agenda. I got a tour of Hospitality Center, and I've been doing a lot of research and talking to constituents, mostly in the 5th, about homelessness on the coast.
Okay. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you very much, and I do apologize for not getting my written copy in. I had a death in my family late Thursday night, so I've been pretty preoccupied in handling that. As chair, I received a letter. It was dated January 10th, 2020, and it is about PG&E Public Safety Power Shutoff, October events in Mendocino County. I'm no longer the chair, so I'm going to pass it to the chair, but it is from William D. Johnson, Chief Executive Officer and President of PG&E. So, and then further, on my report, I'm going to go through this. The Redwood Valley MAC met on Wednesday, January 8th. Sheriff Matt Kindle attended to introduce himself and discuss the development of the substation on East Road. He also discussed the Crisis Training Center uses. That would be of value to the Sheriff's Department. Nash Gonzalez was there and spoke about the grant application for chipping days, along with other issues from the 2017 Redwood Complex wildfire that were important to Redwood Valley residents. On January 9th, I chair, so I was in attendance, of Ukiah Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency. Consultant Larry Walker and Associates were in attendance to present on a number of topics for discussion that included the development of the Ukiah Valley Basin Integrated Hydrological Conceptual Model, Chapter 2 of the Ukiah Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Plan, the Groundwater Sustainability Plan commenting process, and development components of the sustainable management criteria. The Groundwater Sustainability Agency Board of Directors did make comments. They also asked questions. All materials are posted on the county website, and the meeting is taped for the public to review. Our technical advisory committee had met earlier in the morning with the consultant to go over the same information. And after our meeting that day, a stakeholders meeting was convened with agricultural landowners to give input to the consultants so they better understand the use of water in Ukiah Valley with agriculture. That evening, on the 9th, there was Mendocino Inland Water and Power Commission meeting. We held our organizational meeting for the new year. Janet Pauley was elected chair. I was elected to the vice chair position. We adopted the budget for 2020. We did updates on a number of important issues by those in attendance were given, and that included the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission relicensing process, and that was given by Chair Pauley. And as you know, IWPC, Sonoma County, County of Humboldt, Cal Trout, and the Redwood Valley Indian Tribes agreed to collaborate to prepare a feasibility study that would lead to a two-basin solution. So that is in the process with our consultant, Stillwater Sciences. And so there's been quite a number of meetings going on. Janet Pauley and I are the appointed ad hoc. And with the steering committee, one of us steps up and is the main representative for our county, and that is Janet Pauley. I back her up when she can't participate. But she also said that she's requesting additional funding by IWPC for legal and consultant expenses. And I might just regress for a minute and say the feasibility study is due mid-April. So we're on a very, very tight frame. And the work by Stillwater Sciences and the ongoing collaboration with the planning agreement parties is requiring extensive work by IWPC consultants. And in preparing the study, but it's, and I said it was for completion in April, but there's also other work that needs to be done for the request of funding. And we have our FERC consultant, Tom Johnson, and our outside counsel, David Alajam. And what IWPC is going to be requesting is $25,000, because they're just about through with the feasibility stage. We're running out of money, but we still have much discussion to do with the planning group. And for instance, is regarding how the project could be financed in the future and how it can be governed. It requires considerable work by these two individuals and their respective expertise. So there is going to be a request of each member of IWPC to contribute another $25,000. The following day, I attended the Sustainable Ag Lands Committee, SALC, meeting, and the SALC was awarded grant funding to support the state's climate adaptation and greenhouse gas emission goals under the Sustainable Agricultural Lands Conservation Program. The grant application was submitted by the Mendocino County Ag Department. I think you remember that. It was approved by us last fall, along with a $10,000 match allocated in the 2019-20 budget. So recommended items that will be implemented through the proposed project include the development of an agricultural component for a future countywide climate action plan, continued work on a carbon farm plan and soil health program, and increasing landowner participation in the Williamson Act and conservation easement programs. In addition, the committee wants to collaborate with the housing development community, conduct an education and outreach campaign aimed at raising community awareness about ag land values, and where residential development strategies include impacts on agricultural lands when they think about development. Ms. Katie Brantley, the Soils Program Manager for the RCD, she led the meeting that Friday and gave us a total overview of the grant work plan, including the responsibilities and deliverables of the participants. As Supervisor Williams talked about, RCRC had their board of directors meeting, and I was over there, so I participated with him. I was in the room along with CEO Angelo and Deputy CEO Duquette while he was on the phone, and that was with the Economic Development Director, RCRC, Barbara Haynes, and we'll just have more information as the research is being done that will come back to us that we will share with everyone. The Board of Directors meeting for RCRC, action items included adoption of the Code of Conduct, the Director's travel policy, RCRC 2020 investment policy, and 2020 policy principles. There was consideration of RCRC proposed sponsored bills, and that included draft legislation to allow the governor to enter into compacts with other states to allow cannabis and cannabis products to move across state lines. This bill is modeled after a recently enacted statute in Oregon, and under the proposed legislation for California, as well as the Oregon statute, movement of cannabis products across state lines cannot occur until or unless there is a liberalization of federal law with respect to allowing that to happen. And actually, it was a very tight vote for the RCRC board, but they did approve sponsorship of legislation in Sacramento on that particular topic. The other had to do with a discussion and this has to do with Mariposa County. They receive thousands of tourists in their county, but because of their population, I think they only can have 2 liquor licenses, and people have to travel a long way to be there for the sites that they want to see, but they lack lodging. So there's 2 hotels that want to build, and they can't build and secure financing until they're able to have a liquor license. So go figure. The RCRC board voted to approve. We also were given an update on the 2020-2021 state budget. Merced County Supervisor Darren McDaniel was installed as our chair, and the first vice chair is Mono County Supervisor Stacy Corliss. Darren is from Merced County, and Nevada County Supervisor Dan Miller was installed as our second vice chair. Some more action with that in our leadership. Won't go into that because I do have it in my report. 2 rural leadership awards were given, one to Senator Hannah Beth Jackson, and the other was to Assembly Member Jay Obernolte. And Golden State Finance Authority also met during that time that I was over there. I sit on the board of directors representing our county. Supervisor Kevin Can was confirmed as the chair, with Supervisor Bob Williams continuing in the vice chair seat. Then talked about the meeting with the RCRC Economic Development Coordinator, and so that's it. And I'd like to turn in my report. Sorry, I didn't get it turned in to be posted.
No, it's understood.
And I hope there's no corrections.
Okay. Supervisor Jurdy.
Just want to go over a few of the important meetings since our last board meeting. Let's see. So since our last board meeting, met with Supervisor McCown and I met with stakeholders with the Homeless Continuum of Care Committee. I don't know if you wanted to go into that.
Well, it was their strategic planning ad hoc committee. So they're actually writing a strategic plan to address homelessness in Mendocino County. And despite the perception of some that the Marbit report has been shelved, it incorporates all of the Marbit report recommendations that are appropriate for the continuum of care and their partners to be working on. So it's been a long time coming, but it's coming.
So that we met with their ad hoc committee, and they're pretty far along now in developing their strategic plan, and they'll be recommending that to the entire Continuum of Care Committee. And we anticipate bringing that back to the full board for endorsement by the Board of Supervisors as well when they finish that. Of course, we may make our own changes to it if we want. Also, let's see, met with Sonoma Clean Power's monthly meeting in Sonoma County. It was actually a pretty short meeting, 8:45 nevertheless in Santa Rosa. But I did get a chance to meet with Sonoma County Sustainability Division staff, so that was helpful. Met with the Housing Action Team on the Mendocino Coast. Now that the county's approved the second units in the coastal zone, submitting that to the Coastal Commission, we're looking at what are things that can be done to improve housing on the coast. And the 2 areas of emphasis we're looking at is Section 8 vouchers and how can we get more property owners interested in renting to people with Section 8 vouchers. We're trying to get the Community Development Commission to come over to the coast and meet with property owners to answer questions about their program. Also, let's see, had the meeting that I referenced earlier with stakeholders on the coast who've proposed a microgrid for the Mendocino coast, and our letter, thank you for approving, even though it was after the fact, Supervisor Hashak and I, Chair, Vice Chair, letter from the county in support of that grant application. Also, let's see, met with some stakeholders on the Mendocino coast about the winter shelter, not just about this year's winter shelter, but planning now for next year's winter shelter and what would be the best strategy for that. And let's see, EDFC had a board meeting where we were I think you heard some of what came out of that from Diane Simmons, sort of planning restructuring of EDFC, new staffing there. And let's see, met with Supervisor Hashak reported on a little bit in his report, but I was very impressed also, I think you were, with the wildlife services in Sonoma County, which is a supplemental service to their traditional program. So it's a supplemental no-kill program that they offer to the people of Sonoma County to give them a choice. And they also provide services that just go beyond what the federal program offers or what the Sonoma County program offers, in that they will actually implement skirting around a building, exclusion services. They'll implement that at a price. And so we hope to bring forward some more on that front later on as a supplemental optional program for Mendocino County residents. And also just had individual meetings with constituents in Casper, Fort Bragg, Westport, and Piercy since our last meeting. And so I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. On my report, let's see, for the Cannabis Cultivation Ad Hoc Committee, I met with staff, and there's also going to be a meeting tomorrow evening at 6 p.m. in Laytonville. So the whole community's invited. I hope that the word's gotten out. Let's see. Supervisor Jurdy and I did go down to Sonoma County, and we met with the Sonoma County Wildlife Services, Rescue Services organization, and we've invited them to come to our February 25th meeting. Doris Duncan and then Quentin, who is a PhD in research with mountain lions, and I think they can provide something of kind of their model for what they've done for wildlife exclusion in Sonoma County and making it a business model, and they're interested in having people attend their presentation who might want to take this idea and create some kind of nonprofit business in Mendocino County. So if anyone's out there who's interested in that, that will be on February 25th, and we're looking at 11 o'clock. I met with the Willits librarian and member of the Library Advisory Board to discuss this grant that they received to reconfigure the library. And so it's a $10,000 state library grant, which they're very excited about, and hopefully improve how they're using the facility there. Let's see, I went to Eureka last Monday for the North Coast Railroad Authority meeting, and there was a really good presentation on the rail to trails to the bike lanes and all that, bike possibilities around the Humboldt Bay. And there was certainly kudos going out to Supervisor McCowan for his years of service and his ability to get different groups together and to make those happen. And so they were very appreciative of all that he's done to make that bike possibility happen in the Humboldt County area. So thank you. And then let's see. On my report, because I wrote the report and turned it in Thursday, and it was talking about this meeting that I was supposed to have with Senator McGuire and CEO Angelo, Mendocino College and the County Office of Education, talking about career and technical education. We didn't have that, and it got postponed till the 31st. And so anyway, that's a little glitch in doing your report beforehand. And on Supervisor Williams and I are on the ad hoc for Measure V in looking at alternatives and mitigations to Measure V. And so we're going to have a meeting on January 29th from 1 to 2:30 over at the Ag Department's conference room. So the public is welcome to attend, and we will be looking at alternatives and mitigations. Okay? And also, I'd like to throw this out to the board that I think that Supervisor Jurdy and I had some discussions about the possibilities with the contract for wildlife services. So I'd like to form an ad hoc so we can get that moving along and help the Ag Commissioner. He attended the meeting that we had down in Sonoma County. And so if it's all right with the board, I'd like to have an ad hoc of Supervisor Jurdy and myself just dealing with the wildlife services contract. Okay, Supervisor Williams.
For the public's benefit, could you clarify alternatives and mitigation? Is it to the measure? Is it to implementation? What is?
That's what came out of our discussions, and it was really came from Supervisor McCowan, but I think it was referring to alternatives to what the practices are right now, looking at things that are economically viable, if we can use the tan oaks in different ways. And then mitigations were, I think Supervisor McCowan referenced, you know, doing it a couple ridge tops over or things like that away from the public. So just looking at what might be acceptable. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a concern about appointing an ad hoc to work with the Ag Commissioner on the Animal Services contract. The board took action on that item. We directed the nature of the contract. We also gave direction that the department would make information available about other alternatives. I think it's entirely appropriate to have an ad hoc, as you've described, to work with the department to develop what are those alternatives that we would then be able to refer the public to for their consideration. But I don't think there is a role for the ad hoc in developing the contract with Wildlife Services. The board has already settled that issue, I believe.
Well, I think that some of our discussions were some of the options. Certainly, we're going with the idea that we will have a contract with Wildlife Services, but how that contract plays out and how it incorporates some of the ideas of the board is what we were looking at. So I'm going to go over to Supervisor Brown right now.
Okay, and I do think that's overstepping action that it was already taken by this board. I don't mind endorsing an ad hoc for other solutions to wildlife. You know, something that's what you're describing is non-lethal, and you know, I've received, just like everybody else, horrible correspondence from animal activists that have very honestly been very rude, and I was really taken back by a lot of it. But I do feel that more education is always appropriate. But just like I saw in the news, they're finding out we don't know what all we know about wildlife when these cameras now that take pictures of wildlife at night, when there were 5 mountain lion traveling together. Not that they were harming anyone, but that's something that wildlife biologists never thought actually occurred. So, you know, we're always finding out a lot of new methods and ways to work. I come from a ranching family. We've never had to kill any wildlife, except when we had a red fox coming into our barn in the middle of the day, and yes, it had rabies.
Are we on the agenda?
Supervisor Haschak, the ad hoc that you were speaking about, who was on the ad hoc, and was that a direction you provided?
Well, I'm waiting for discussion, so.
Where are we on the agenda?
Well, and it's questionable. We're getting into quite a discussion, but my point, and I believe Supervisor Brown supports it, the board has given sufficient direction to the Ag Commissioner regarding the contract with Wildlife Services, and independently gave direction for the department to make available information regarding alternatives. That's not part of our contract with Wildlife Services. It's complementary to it, and I support an ad hoc. to work with the department to better define and provide information about those alternatives, but there's no role for an ad hoc in developing the contract with Wildlife Services. And that was board action, is my recollection.
All right. Supervisor Jurdy.
So what I'm hearing is consensus, perhaps, on an ad hoc on following up on the initial information that Supervisor Hashak and I obtained about one alternative that's being offered in Sonoma County. It's a supplemental service. And I would appreciate if we could get consensus from the board to continue working with the Ag Commissioner on developing further information about a supplemental service that could be offered here in Mendocino County.
Supervisor McCowan.
Certainly, any number of alternatives that would further non-lethal and give people more choices. I fully support that.
Okay, so we're good with that ad hoc going forward.
I support it.
Okay. Supervisor Brown?
Yes, on
Okay.
non-lethal solutions, is that?
Right.
So what would be the name of the ad hoc?
I need clarification on what the ad hoc is as well.
The ad hoc would be looking at alternatives to the Wildlife Services contract,
Well,
beyond the contract.
Supplemental services.
Supplemental. Okay. Very good.
And if I could, are you through the report? You have more?
Nope, that's it.
I did want to mention, I'm sorry I didn't mention this earlier. So, and this is important, our valued retirement administrator, James Wilbank, met with me for a couple hours to brief me on the fact that he had been offered very generous position in Oklahoma City, where he is from, and he is going to be taking that later this year. So at this month's meeting, there was an ad hoc committee appointed. I'm part of it, that will be working on the recruitment process, potentially restructuring in some fashion the organization. He's willing to remain as a consultant as needed by the agency while we do the recruitment and as we get someone in place. So it was just an offer too good for him to turn down, basically. His family is still in Oklahoma City. He's been commuting here for 5 years. And it was just a great career opportunity for him. So it does not reflect on the organization or the work ahead. And he's willing to provide backup for his replacement. So I just want to make sure everybody knew about that.
Thank you.
Okay. Very good. So we are going to break, and immediately following the break, we are going to go to closed session.
I'm sorry, who is on the ad hoc that was just for?
Supervisor Jurdy and myself.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And with the closed session, we are going to deal with.
Mr. Chair, if I may, before we go on, my apologies. I'm not quite sure that I heard exactly what the scope of the ad hoc was. I was hoping to get that a little bit of. Sorry. I have a little bit of concerns in terms of whether there was sort of a sufficient specificity and charge for the ad hoc, and I didn't quite hear what the direction was. My apologies.
Supervisor Jurdy.
I would characterize it as the Supplemental Wildlife Services Ad Hoc Committee. It's supplemental. It's not related to the federal contract. It's supplemental to those services.
And is this is investigating and reporting back to the board on specific supplemental services that might be offered in addition to the existing contract?
Right.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. And so when we go to closed session, we will be dealing with items 9A, 9B, 9C, and 9D. Are there any public comments about that? Yes.
So we're going to take closed session now instead of closed session during our lunch hour.
That's my understanding.
Chair Haschak, please, if the board agrees, let's take a break first and then go into closed session. And yes, the hope is that we will not have to do closed session at lunch now. Thank you.
All right, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a comment to be taken into consideration and for future agenda development. Based on the published agenda, I think the public has a reasonable expectation we would be in session from 9 to 12 a.m. We would take a break until 1:30. We would resume regular business until its conclusion. If we are to interrupt those hours where we normally are dealing with regular open session agenda items, we should specify that in the agenda so the public has notice. Someone could be showing up in the next half hour thinking we're going to be on a particular item, and we won't be here. So again, if in the judgment of the chair and staff, it warrants a closed session during normal open session items, that ought to be indicated on the agenda.
Okay, that's well taken. And why don't we take a break for 10 minutes? We'll come back at 10:51, and we will then decide if there's an alternative plan to go into closed session. Okay, so we're breaking for 10 minutes. We're back in session. Okay, so taking into consideration Supervisor McCowan's ideas about working until with the people we have, and we're going to, instead of going to closed session, we're going to go to the CEO's report right now, and hopefully we'll be able to do items 5E, 5F, and possibly 6D before 11:30 when we were scheduled to go to closed session. So we'll see how far we go, and so I'm going to turn it over to the CEO.
Thank you, Chair Haschak. Hopefully the board has a hard copy, or at least you have it on your iPad, my CEO report. There's hard copies in the executive office if anyone would like a paper copy, and the CEO report is online and does get published with the board agenda on Thursdays. The first page is a human resources update. I'm not going to go through that, but we do attach a vacancy list for this board's review and for the public's review, and that is attached to every CEO report which comes out each month. There's a paragraph on the Civil Service Commission and our health plan that I won't go into. On the bottom of the first page, I do give you a very brief juvenile hall update. And I have to say that my office and the Chief Probation Officer have been working together looking at a plan for juvenile hall. As this board knows, we had the discussion regarding closing the hall. This board chose not to close the hall. The Chief Probation Officer did reduce his general fund cost in the hall. I believe it's somewhere around, I think it's around $2 million now, so he did bring the annual operational cost of the hall down a few $100,000. And Chief Locatelli does keep working on reducing the general fund cost in the hall. The census in the hall, I believe, is approximately a daily census of 15. Our chief was here earlier. He's not here now. If he does come back during my report, maybe he would like to make a few comments. But here's what's happening. As this board knows, I was asked to sit on the statewide working group on juvenile hall with the Chief Probation Officers Association, with CSAC, with some others, to really look at the issue around juvenile halls throughout the state. And it is clearly an issue with all halls that the census, whether you're Sonoma County or a small county like Mendocino, or you're somewhere in Southern California, the census in the juvenile hall facilities and the number of juveniles is really very low compared to how many beds there are statewide. So it became an issue, one of funding, because all counties use general fund for their halls, and all counties are throwing general fund at these halls that are just not serving that many youth. And we know here, I believe, it was before Eisen started cutting costs, it was about $500 a day for a youth. I'm not sure it's at $500 a day now. Since he's reduced his cost, it's probably lower. But it's not uncommon throughout the state that it could be $700, $800 a day for one juvenile in a hall, or it could be $300. So as a statewide working group, we developed a report, and I believe that each board member has a copy of that report. But the goal of the statewide working group was to really look at the juvenile hall facilities and what we needed to do statewide. And there were two recommendations that kept coming up. One was regionalization, and the other was repurposing. And so with regionalization, what that would mean for us, of course, is that we would contract with, let's just say, Sonoma County, and we would try to have a long-term contract with them. Though what we've learned with Tehama County and Lake County is that the cost, you know, even if we got a contract at $500,000 a year, which is what we were looking at with Sonoma County, they would not recover all their costs. So ultimately, it could be that we would close our hall, put the kids down there, and the cost would go up every year. So we really have to weigh the cost and the cost-benefit analysis on this. So To regionalize may or may not be the way to go. The other option, of course, is that we work with Lake County. We have a small contract with Lake County to transport our juveniles, and we put our juveniles into Tehama County's hall. So, I mean, there are options if we wanted to regionalize. The other option, of course, is repurposing, and I want to commend Steve Dunnicliffe in my office and Chief Locatelli for really looking at repurposing the hall and what services could be provided in the hall, the cost of those services, how they could be covered without an impact to the general fund, and what we would do. So my point in having this discussion with you in this report is that today, if you asked me as CEO, I am not recommending closure of the hall. The reason for that is that the chief and my deputy have come up with some really good plans for repurposing. One is looking at the population in the hall and having 2 other units in the hall that possibly could pay for themselves. So today, we are still looking at repurposing the hall, and we will have a report to this board once we fully vet the concepts that are being looked at and the funding with those concepts. Again, this is the board's decision, not my decision. It's not Chief Locatelli's decision. However, given that this board made it very clear that they did not want to close the hall, we're doing everything we can to look at how we could utilize the hall, serve the youth in this county, and still cover our costs and not have a tremendous general fund impact. Chair Haschak, Supervisor Brown has tried to get my attention here for a while.
Okay, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. And they're also looking at some legislative solutions because the state code that surrounds operations of juvenile hall is very strict. And there might be consideration of legislation that raises the age of individuals that can be in juvenile hall, but yet in a separate section. So the rules are very strict as to how you run a juvenile hall, so that's not out of the question of when we talk about repurposing the halls. That might be something as well, that the age limit is raised in those incarcerated or put in another section. So, you know, there's some opportunities there as well.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Has the population increased, and why?
I'm not the best person to answer that, though I will say at the time that I came to this board to close the hall, we were under 15 a day, and now we run anywhere from 7 to 15. So why that population has increased, I'm not sure, but it is a little higher than it was last year. However, I think that, you know, we have a 32 bed hall, so we're still, you know, at about 50% capacity.
And I was just at the juvenile justice meeting the other week, and looking at the numbers, it didn't look like there was any trend upwards. It was just little blips of, you know, but normally it's been way down from what it was 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So.
But it's also changes in policies and working with youth in bettering their lives instead of putting a stigma on them. But it's my understanding as chair, you sit on the Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Commission that's appointed by the courts, and they go over juvenile hall numbers every single meeting. And so I'm glad Supervisor Haschak will be receiving that information. But it's my understanding that the majority that are in there today have felonies where they can't just release them.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, CEO Anschlo has raised several discussion points, and I think rather than have a discussion that's not on the agenda, we should schedule this for an agenda in March so that we can begin having the discussion in advance of budget hearings.
Chair Haschak, I appreciate Supervisor McCowan's suggestion or recommendation. I think it's a good one. What I would like to do is I would hope we could come back in March. And I will say that Chief Locatelli is working long and hard to gather all the information. What we're looking at right now is additional funding streams. So I think that it would, it would only benefit the conversation if we knew if there really were additional funding streams before we presented to the board. So I will speak with the chief, and we will try to be back here early March, because I think it does lend itself to a much greater discussion. But what I wanted to do today was to be sure that this board knew that this is a key issue, certainly for my office and for probation, and we are working on this. And I think if nothing else, we have some good concepts that we're vetting to see if they would actually work for Mendocino County. So I can move on knowing.
Yeah, I think that
we'll
the
come
direction
back.
you're taking is appropriate to what the board feels.
Great, thank you. Okay, so on the second page, I'm not going to go over Health and Human Services update, but you can see it's about public health accreditation. And then on the bottom of that page is the CSAC MHSA working group. And so this is another statewide committee that I'm on, and this is exactly that. It's a Mental Health Services Act working group. And what's happening at the state level, and I believe that this board does have some of this information, and certainly Supervisor Brown has been receiving information and has also been informing the board and some members of the public. What we have is a concern that the MHSA dollars could be utilized for more than what they're utilized for right now. So what I mean by that is that there is a movement at the state level to look at utilizing MHSA dollars for homeless services. Now, we know that there is a population of mentally ill clients that are homeless, but not all the homeless are mentally ill. So it is a risk to the MHSA dollars for small rural counties like Mendocino County when the movement at the state is to take MHSA dollars and use them for homeless services. And this is a very, very serious issue. And so at the state level, CSAC is really pushing hard on this. Rural counties, RCRC is also involved in pushing on this. And we are working with behavioral health at the state and really looking at how this is going to roll out. There are multiple different facets to this. There's the possibility of another initiative on the ballot that would change the MHSA dollars, the use of the MHSA dollars. There is also the governor's office looking at having homelessness as a number one priority and MHSA dollars as a good source of funding. There's the belief that the MHSA dollars at the county level are not being utilized, and so money is just sitting there. That is inaccurate, and that report is being challenged by behavioral health at the state. The MHSA dollars are allocated at the county levels, maybe not utilized every dollar, but they are planned for. So we're looking at all of this. The area with MHSA that Darrell Steinberg is pushing with the governor's office is to utilize the money for criminal justice, homeless, and youth. And if you just focus on that, you have a population that is now being served with MHSA money that may not be served in the future. So again, I am sitting on this working group. We are looking at policy considerations to move forward to the governor's office. We're looking at flexibility so that MHSA dollars in this new model would not just focus on very limited individual groups, but that there would be flexibility at the county level to utilize the money for the services that are needed. We are looking at more accountability with MHSA dollars, and that accountability at the local level, which we, within CSAC, we all support, and then funding protections. And so what we're saying is that the counties should have the flexibility and local control to work with other local governments and community service providers to expend the funds to address unique local challenges. Again, mental health, while it's a problem statewide, is not cookie cutter. What impacts us may not impact Sonoma County or the Bay Area, and so we want each county to have local control and to be able to utilize those dollars in the best interest of the community. So again, this is a very serious issue. I'm on this working group. We're meeting every 2 weeks now in an effort to put together a policy paper that will go to the governor's office that will impact the decisions in the governor's office about MHSA dollars. So I will continue to report to this board what is happening. And again, this is one area that I have to say that if we stand to lose MHSA money, and if we do, it will really impact our mental health services here. As we talk about operational costs, and is the Measure B money going to be enough for the operations that we're looking at with 3 different modalities? If we lose MHSA money, that will make a tremendous difference for wraparound services for these clients. So, I hope the public knows that counties in general through CSAC are working diligently to try to save the MHSA dollars for small rural counties like Mendocino County. Chair Haschak, before I move forward, our Chief Probation Officer is in the room. I don't know if Chief Locatelli heard anything that I said before he came through the door, but I did report out on juvenile hall and the work that we're doing and looking at repurposing. And so, Chief Locatelli, I just give you an option if you'd like to say anything for 30 seconds, and if not, that's fine too. And we will be doing a presentation to the board, and you will have part of that presentation.
Morning, Chair, board members, CEO, County Council. Eisen Locatelli, Chief Probation Officer. As CEO Angelo pointed out, we have been working together on repurposing ideas. Not that there isn't a need for a juvenile hall in Mendocino County, because there is. We're compiling a report, and it's going to be part of AB 1913. It's the JJCC, Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council. It'll look at the needs in our county. So our populations are showing a stronger need for mental health services, for substance abuse, and are relating that they are involved in gangs at a higher rate than that in the state of California. So those are alarming trends for us, but it's the group that's left in the 602 status is very high needs. Those are the kids that are inside of a juvenile hall today. There are less of them. That's across the state of California, as you all know. But we still have, a very, very firm select group that need that service. And the repurposing is for the other space. There's other spaces inside of juvenile hall that could be repurposed and used more effectively and efficiently, which will hopefully bring down the cost to the general fund for the juvenile hall. Those are the things that we're working on. And I look forward to sharing that with CEO Angelo at a later date.
Eisen, the question that came up was, what is the daily census now? What's it been running?
We fluctuate between 8 and 15. It just depends.
And can you say why those numbers have gone up? Like last year, I think it was closer to 8 to 10, and now we're a little bit higher. Can you say why?
I think that might be reflective in the report that's being written. But I think, it's such a small group of a population that anything can cause it to go up to 15. For instance, a gang fight can bring in 4 kids on any given day. So there's nothing really substantial there. It is in Mendocino County where we are seeing, because of Prop 57, more and more youth are taking more and more serious crimes because the punishment is significantly less than if you were an adult offender.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, one of the comments that I've heard kicked around is if we were sending these children out of county, we wouldn't be sending nearly as many. We could slim it down and it would be a subset of those who are currently in the hall. Do you think that there's some merit there, or would you say that the entire population in the hall would need to go to an out-of-county facility if we were to close the hall?
Well, I think there's merit to that. But I think that you're also choosing not to treat as many juveniles under that model. you're leaving them in the community potentially with no services, or limited or less services than what they would actually need.
Got it. And last question. I know we have a lot of experts internally who can brainstorm ideas. Do you think there would be any value in bringing someone in from the outside who could look at our situation, compare it to other success stories, and guide us a bit on options?
I'm doing that very thing. I know we have experts here, but I wanted to bring in somebody who's actually done this from Marin County. So that's who's writing our JJCC. He wrote theirs for 2017. We haven't had a firm written report and an analysis of the actual recidivism rates or the causes and what they are and what programs we should be giving the kids and the county as a whole. And the collaborative piece between myself and HHSA, all that should be part of this report that should be coming out in March.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Eisen.
Okay.
Okay, so Chair
back.
Haschak, if I could continue. Okay, so page 3 starts a budget update. I'm not going to go into that. You can see where we are as far as mid-year and where we are as far as our overall budget. And if there's questions, Deputy CEO Darcy Antle is in the room. On page 4, we talk about the Redwood Complex Fire Rebuilding Update. You can see what's happening as of January 2020, and I think that staff has really been working to try to assist the community with rebuilding. And we still have our Redwood Valley water project that we're working on as well, that as this board knows, we were working on with funding that Senator McGuire was instrumental in getting for us. Along with that, Golden State Finance Authority grant funds update. The county did receive emergency disaster assistance grant funds in the mid-2018 to assist the county residents. You can see how much money is there and what it's been used for.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I certainly appreciate the breakdown of the rebuilding effort in Redwood Valley. But also, back to the budget, I appreciate that information, and I would encourage inclusion of more of it. So like, you know, the overall budget across the board by major sectors, having this on a quarterly basis, I think would be valuable as we continue to work to develop the monthly data dashboard.
So, Chair Haschak, to Supervisor McCowan's comments, we will gladly put additional information in the CEO report on the budget. We do quarterly, we'll do first, second, first mid-year, third, and fourth quarter. So at that point in time, the board does receive more information, but we certainly can add additional budget information to the CEO report on a monthly basis. So
And I guess if I could tag on to that comment, you know, we've spent 27.30% over the first quarter, and certainly there are some expenditures and some revenue that's not accounted for in that. But, and taking into consideration that we're projecting, you know, the 6% cut to the 2000 series of the budget, are we on track right now? Is the basic question.
Well, this is actually through second quarter, so we're actually well ahead of track.
I would say that as of today, we are the information that we have. We are close to being on budget. You know, a lot of times what happens is that when we gather information for a budget report, we get surprises. Some department will come out, we'll realize they're $400,000 or $500,000 over budget or something. Right now, we're doing okay. I would say that there is always the challenge with public safety, not because they don't do a good job of, I will tell you that Under Sheriff Kendall, who is now Sheriff Kendall, has been great to work with on the budget, and he has really attempted to keep the sheriff's office in line. The challenge we have with the sheriff's office is the same challenge that Sheriff Kendall has, which is the overtime. So, but to answer your question, I would say that right now, today, we're doing fine with the budget. And I don't know, Darcy, if there's anything you'd like to add? Just give her 30 seconds. You may hear much more than what I've just said.
This is, thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Hushak. Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. At this point, what you have in front of you is the 2000 series. So that's the supplies and the contracts that we're monitoring, and that's where the 6% cut was asked from you all to help meet the 1000 series. And the 1000 series then is wage and benefits. We are monitoring wage and benefits very closely, as just recently, I believe it was on January 7th, were the final increases implemented. So we will have more with regards to the 1000 series when we do budget workshop, or by the end of, for the next CEO report in February, I could have you a better tracking on the 1000 series.
Okay, thank you.
Can I continue, or?
Yes.
Looks like, was there another question?
Well, again, what we have here is simply the 2000 series, and we're well ahead of budget on that, even with the qualifications built into it. And I think your comments and those of Deputy CEO Antle went more to the overall budget, and indications are we are doing well there. And again, typically we will wind up with a fund balance at the end of the year, but we'll have more information later, as you say.
Chair Hashtag, I'd like to continue. That's
Yes.
okay. All right, so let's see. The next page is the request for proposals, RFPs, and you can see where we are in that process. And then our Ag Commissioner did give an update on basically just a brief update on what he's doing over there. This was the information that was reported to California Department of Food and Ag regarding the measurement standards in December. So you can see that. If there's any questions, Jim Donnelly would be your best person to answer that. Before we get to page 7 and board directives and the regional cannabis update, I would also like to say something that did not get into the CEO report was that I had a meeting on Friday, and the CEO report comes out on Thursday now, so I wasn't able to put this in. But I would like to say that county staff met with EDFC. And we met with Diane Simmons, who was here earlier, and John Goldsmith and Jesse Barnett. And the purpose of that meeting was to really talk about the joint projects that the county is doing with EDFC. And when we scheduled this, it was also around the working relationship with EDFC. And so I had myself, Deputy CEO Antle, Deputy CEO Dunnicliff, and our planning director, Brent Schultz, in the room with the 3 EDFC representatives. And some of the things we talked about, we did talk about the county relationships, and I really appreciate Diane Simmons coming in and the comments that she made, because it did appear that we were going in different directions between the county and EDFC as far as the working relationship, and that it did appear to be very strained. So we did talk about that on Friday, and both parties agree that EDFC is valuable to the county is valuable to EDFC, and we want to continue with the working relationship. So that was something we discussed. We also discussed the status of the broadband contract, because as you know, this year we did not contract with EDFC, and Supervisor Williams already spoke to this, but I think in just a very short period of time, we're making great strides with broadband that we hadn't even thought of over the last couple years. So we did talk about that. They don't seem to have a problem with the county doing broadband, and actually they support that and think that the county should play a more active role than we have in the past few years. I did tell them that this board directed an assessment of EDFC, that we're looking at return on investment along with other areas of their agency, and they agreed. They have no issue with that, as Ms. Simmons said earlier today, and so we anticipate that we will be starting on that assessment shortly. We talked about EDFC and West Company and the fact that over the last few years that the county has really pushed to have EDFC and West Company work closer together. And that, quite honestly, in my opinion as CEO, as your CEO, I haven't seen a close working relationship, and that I asked if that was something that they were still interested in and could work on, and of course they said yes. We talked about the EDA grant, and for those of you that don't know, Mendocino County applied for an economic development grant that comes out of recovery, with recovery dollars. We applied with West Company and with EDFC, and we were granted $50,000 a year for 2 years to EDFC and to West Company, and that's to work on economic development after the fires, along with West Company getting a second contract from Mendocino County to do economic development, essentially coordination after the fires as well. So we talked about those grants, monitoring those grants. If this board is not aware, there was an invoice that was submitted by the prior EDFC executive director that was approximately $27,000 that the county has disallowed. There were multiple areas of that invoice that we think don't fit in with the funding or the contract. And so we are working with EDFC in attempts to try to work through that invoice and really look at clarifying that invoice to see what they actually did and how that meets the contract requirements, and if we can pay it or not. So we are empathetic of EDFC, and a $27,000 hit to them is a big hit. And so we're working with them, trying to work through that invoice, but it is a challenge. Heather Gerwitz did talk about a $1 million EDA grant from Sonoma County that Mendocino County EDFC has offered to manage for Sonoma County. And so with their loss of their most recent executive director, EDFC is still planning on doing the $1 million Sonoma County grant, managing that grant if they get it. So we did talk about that, and we talked about moving forward. So I would say we had approximately an hour-and-a-half meeting. I think it was a very good meeting. I would think that the 3 EDFC representatives, if they were in the room, would also say the same thing. So I just want this board to know that, you know, there have been challenges in this working relationship most recently, and I think we're working through it, and it was a good meeting. And so I expect that we will be able to work through the issues and work closer together. So on page 7 of my CEO report, board directives, they are attached, and that's all the directives as of January 14th. The second item on that page is the regional cannabis update. And on December 4th, we know at the CSAC annual conference, Mendocino, Humboldt, Sonoma, Trinity, Del Norte, we met to discuss working together as a region to address the state barriers to cannabis licensing. 2 supervisors from each county, the CAOs participated. One of the action items was for the CAOs to get together, have a phone conference after that, and begin to plan. And so that conference call happened on January 14th. And so we are looking at, what we learned is that some of the counties have already appointed ad hocs, and others will be doing that. And the chief executive officers will be coordinating next steps and meeting dates for the regional ad hoc to begin work to address the state licensing issues. So this was the next step in the regional cannabis activities, and so we're moving forward with that. So on page 8 is cultural services update. I won't go into that other than to say that the parks assessment continues. We are challenged with the staff person that was doing parks in the Cultural Services Agency has taken another position. So we are looking at how the Cultural Services Agency will be able to work with the parks component of the CSA. And I hope that we'll have a report back to this board in the near future. Animal Care Services, I want to say that, as usual, Rich Molinari and his staff do a great job. They presented a lot of information here for the CEO report. Boards and commissions, I would like to say that something that was spoken about earlier today, which was Jan McGordy retiring and no longer being on the Behavioral Health Board, and then subsequently on the Measure B committee. So that leaves a vacancy, or a vacancy as of today on the Measure B committee. And that position, that seat, has to be noticed. And so we have noticed that seat, and then that will come back to this board for approval. The Measure B committee meets tomorrow, so there will not be a person representing the Behavioral Health Board sitting on the Measure B committee tomorrow, because that seat has not been filled and hasn't been brought back to this board yet. Chair Haschak, Supervisor Brown again is flagging me down.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. I believe the Measure B committee said it was a representative from the Behavior Health Board.
Yes,
to
that's
sit.
right.
And I believe the Behavior Health Board has taken action
They have.
to have an applicant.
They, Chair,
So I don't know what the process is, but Mika,
yes.
who was here earlier today, I believe is that individual.
The process is like any other county board or commission, they have to apply, and they did not apply. And so when we met this past week to put together the agenda for tomorrow's meeting is when we learned that they did their own process, which basically they determined somebody that would replace Jan McGordy, but they never submitted an application. So there was never an official application process or an application going to this board. No one sits on the Measure B committee without this board appointing them. So they did not do that. So we worked with them to get the application in. And so at the next meeting in February, their person, which is Mika, and I apologize, I don't know her last name.
Ferreira.
Okay, thank you. She will be seated and appointed, we expect she will be appointed by this board for the February meeting.
Right. Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, actually, there are several positions on the Measure B committee that are not appointed by this board. They're basically appointed by the Mental Health Treatment Act, and that would be the CEO, sheriff or designee, CEO or designee. So there's several of those. Our 5 appointments, and probably the representative of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board and possibly from NAMI would be appointed by this board. So, I think you're correct that a process needs to be followed to formally appoint the recommended committee member from the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. But several are directly designated.
Thank you, and I agree with you. So, So that's where we're at, and I expect that the representative will be at the meeting, but she will not be seated as a committee member tomorrow. And that has been made clear, and actually the clerk staff, Carla and Lindsay, have gone out to the Behavioral Health Advisory Board last week and met with them just as I think to talk about process in general. And so they had that discussion. So everybody is on the same page, so thank you. So if I could continue, the upcoming meetings, you have those listed for February, and then, of course, county holidays, and attached is the position justification report, the vacancy and recruitment update, the calendar, board directives, and the ongoing list of boards and commissions. And my last comment on that would be that as the board goes through the CEO report, if you see that there is a directive that you have a question about or that you think is missing, please let me know, because the list that you see in front of you is the list of directives that we work off of in my office. And lastly, there is a Redwood Valley County Water District Infrastructure Project Town Hall, which will be hosted by Senator McGuire and the County of Mendocino, and that will be Thursday, February 13th at 7 o'clock. And we will be doing that in Redwood Valley. And this is what I had spoken about. Supervisor Brown, you're on the agenda. I'll let you know. I don't know if you knew that. But anyway, this is the water project that we worked with Supervisor Brown and Senator McGuire to access $9 million. I think the project is actually a total of $12 million for the water project in Redwood Valley. So we will be having this meeting in February. This is a follow-up, and Senator McGuire was real clear that he wanted to meet back in a couple months and see what the progress is. So we're hoping to put the information out so that we could get a pretty good turnout on this meeting. And with that, I think that is the end of my report, unless there are questions.
Supervisor Jordy.
Just one quick question, and I do really appreciate your including the calendar for preparation of next year's budget as an attachment. I get these questions actually occasionally from people who are curious what is the county's schedule, or what would be a schedule for a department to submit some change to their budget. And this lists nearly 30 different deadlines for items. Am I reading it correctly where it looks like it shows March 30th as being completed proposed budget, facility modifications, vehicle requests, and assets due to the CEO? Would that March 30th deadline be more or less the deadline for when each department would be submitting their budget to the CEO's office?
Right, right. That's a draft, yes.
So if a department was going to be proposing some changes for next year, that's the deadline that they're looking at?
Yes, and I am meeting over the course of the next 30 days with each department head as well to look at their individual goals and objectives, and of course the county budget and how they will be able to reduce their costs overall to absorb the salary increases will be part of that discussion.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to commend CEO Angelo and her staff for really developing the CEO report into a really robust informational tool for the public. I think this has really developed rapidly, particularly over the last year. There's a lot of information in here, and I would actually suggest we add a couple more. So the board recently directed that the Planning and Building Services Development Activity Report no longer be a regular agenda item, but it be on consent. And as it was today, item 4Q, it's kind of winds up being buried. So I would recommend that we include that monthly development activity report from Planning and Building in the CEO report. Also, we get a monthly update from the county clerk recorder about activity in her office. I think any of these monthly departmental reports would be much higher profile and much more accessible to the public if we do routinely include them in the CEO report.
Chair Haschak, if I may.
Yes.
That would be fine, and I think that then you would have a nice package of what's happening in the county system for the month. One thing I would ask is, Howard Dashiell has always done a DOT report. Do you want that to remain separate, or would you like that to be part of this as well? I could go either way. It's up to this board.
Well, I think, again, we've recently included that on consent, so I think it'd be more visible to the public and, again, would help form a comprehensive package if we include it in the CEO report.
Okay, Chair Haschak, yeah, that's fine. I will gladly do that. And we will start that in February. And I do want to thank my staff because they're the ones who follow up with all the department heads to get the information and make sure that it lands up on this report for my review. So thank you.
Okay, and going back to page 11, the calendar, I'd just like to say we don't have standing committees on the calendar right now. So if anyone has an issue with something that needs to be, we need to have one of the standing committees meet, then please get that to me as quickly as possible so that we can get it out to the public and the clerk can broadcast that. So I hope that makes sense to everyone. And okay, so thank you, CEO Angelo. Oh, Supervisor Jordy.
Just on the calendar, and maybe we'll do it next year. We're on so many different regional boards, and those don't show up in the calendar. The ones that do are CSAC and NACO, which they should, but we also have often monthly or quarterly meetings that just don't show up here. And I've wondered for some time, why don't we just add them to the list? Because we're going to meetings all the time that don't show up on this calendar.
Chair Hashak, Supervisor
Yes.
Jordy, we could do that. So basically, the monthly meetings, the board assignments, you would like them on here. Okay, that's easy enough. I think it's going to be a big report, a big calendar. So we'll go ahead and do that. Thank you.
Right. Okay, so it's 11:35. We were supposed to break at 11:30. I'm going to ask the Deputy CEO, Duquette, how long do you think item 5F will take? 5 minutes? Okay, why don't we do item 5F, discussion and possible action including review, adoption, amendment, and consideration or ratification of legislation pursuant to the adopted legislative platform. I'm going to turn it over to the Deputy CEO, Duquette.
Sarah Duquette, Deputy CEO. Good morning, Chair Haschak, Board. I'm here to give you a brief update on the legislative front. I'm mainly going to go over some highlights of the governor's budget. So on January 10th, the governor did a press conference and released his January budget proposal. The budget proposal had a lot of different items that he really is interested in pursuing this year, and some of it was kind of high level, so we expect a lot more detail to come out of the mid-year once we see the tax returns that come in April. So to start off, the governor emphasized continuing strength of the California economy and the robust state reserves. And he also focused on his success of paying down a lot of the debt of the state. I'm going to touch on quite a few topics that are really focused on counties. The first is a $12.5 billion investment over 5 years for climate resilience, partially funded by a proposed climate bond to fund initiatives related to forest health, community power resiliency, which is the rebrand of PSPS, home hardening, and a climate revolving fund that would provide low interest loans for waste diversion, low carbon transportation, and sustainable agriculture. The next area is a new access to housing and service fund, which would pay for rent for individuals facing homelessness, support for new dwelling units, and help stabilizing board and care facility homes. And they're looking at an initial investment of $750 million. The next is we see quite a bit of changes in probation, specifically a reduction in probation terms for both felonies and misdemeanors to 2 years, matched with an investment in more intensive supervision and services for misdemeanor probationers. The next is $695 million, growing to $1.4 billion in the out years for preventative health care, over a third of which would be aimed at the under-sheltered homeless population. There is also a proposal for the consolidation of all of the cannabis licensing entities to make one cannabis control agency. With that, proposed changes to how they do tax collection. So for the cultivation excise tax, moving the collection to the first distributor, and the retail excise tax, moving that from the distributor to the retail for collection. There's also a proposal to create a behavioral health task force, and on that, the governor is committed to have representatives from the counties. So we'll be working with CSAC as we get more information of what the task force will look like. There's also $65 million for a Parks for All initiative. This is the first time we've really seen a lot of investment at the state levels into parks recently. And one of them also includes dollars to actually purchase and open a new state park. Next is in recycling. The governor has a couple different proposals to really start to address the plastics issues in California, a lot of the backlash from the bottle bill and centers starting to close for recycling. He also took the idea of AB 1080, which was a bill last year that really focuses on regulations on the consumer end for companies in packaging to try to reduce the amount of plastics in packaging. So he's got a lot of concepts in the January proposal, so we'll see how that ultimately plays out at mid-year. There also is a $260 million investment over 5 years for broadband. So part of that is mapping and a GIS analysis, and another part is really looking at how they can continue to hook up schools and community colleges. There is also a proposal for a new tax for vaping to actually start to go towards some of the preventative measures, pretty similar to what we've seen with the tobacco tax. There also is a bit of a restructuring for Go Biz and economic development. So they're going to redo the different areas of the state. So there'll actually be a section that's going to be the North Coast, and possibly hiring new positions that will be at Go Biz, but specifically for the North Coast. And just on there'll also be more of a detailed review of the budget on some of the smaller programs that we operate here in the county at the mid-year budget. So look for the whole completed write-up on the budget. Just a couple quick deadlines. So January 31st is going to be the last day for bills introduced in 2019 to exit their house of origin. Also, February 21st is the last day for bills to be submitted. Following the 21st, our lobbyists will provide a write-up of every single bill that's going to be active this year. So we'll start the review of all of those bills and kind of highlight which ones are going to be potential issues or we need to take action on. Lastly, I just wanted to touch quickly, we did meet with RCRC on a number of broadband issues, so we'll be continuing to work on that and report out, and we'll also be monitoring how this broadband proposal kind of firms up at mid-year. And then I did want to give you guys, we have a weekly county update from our lobbyists, so I'm going to give this to the clerk to hand out, and we can have this attached to future legislative items, so you can kind of get an update of what's going on and key issues for the upcoming week. And with that, I can take any questions.
Hey, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's not a question as much as it's just to further talk about the governor's budget. There wasn't a lot of detail this time around in some of his proposals. So I think in the, what's it called, the May revise, that we'll be looking at more detail, we're hoping, to better understand what he really is proposing in his budget.
And how they're going to fund some of these proposals and any bond initiatives that might be going on the ballot.
All right, very good. Seeing no more questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so going back to our agenda item number 9, the closed session items, we have 9A, 9B, 9C, and 9D. Are there any public comments about those items? Okay, seeing none, we are adjourned until 1:30, or we will go in closed session, and then we'll come back at 1:30. Okay. All right. We're calling the meeting back to order at 1:30. So we're moving on to item 5D. Was it? Let's see. Which was discussion and possible action, including acceptance of a presentation and update regarding efficiency initiative activities, including an overview of cybersecurity in Mendocino County. Okay, and so sponsor is the Executive Office, Deputy CEO Rao. Would you like to speak to it?
Perfect. Good afternoon, board members. Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO. With me, I have Cody Snyder, who is our Information Services Division Manager, and then also Tom Jacobson, who is with Client First, that serves as the county's IT master plan consultant and works with the county on various initiatives. What you have before you is a presentation regarding not only the county's cybersecurity, the status of our current cybersecurity initiatives, but also an update on the county-wide initiatives that the board has invested in. I do want to open this up by thanking the board for their investment in information services technology over the past few budget cycles, which has led to a lot of the activity and improvements we've made as far as our cybersecurity preparedness, plans for training, and other future plans for enhancing our current cybersecurity state. At the end of this presentation, we'll go ahead and cover a little bit more on the other initiatives that we do have that are in the works throughout the county. But from here, I'll turn it over to Cody.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, board members. I want to start by just saying that this presentation will be not go into any specific detail, just for security concerns, so it will be sort of a high-level overview of our cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is really a concern for everyone here in Mendocino County. It affects all of our lives at home and at work. It is a business problem as much as it is a technology problem. It needs to be embraced as a business practice and use the technology wisely. We all need to really think before we click. The use of portable and mobile devices has increased the threat levels. The increased rate and sophistication of the security breaches are increasing every single day. Let's look at these breaches by the numbers. Around the globe, there are hackers that cause attacks every 39 seconds. There's over 4.1 billion records of exposed data just in the first half of 2019 alone. Spending per employee has risen to around $1,200 a year. Where do these attacks come from? 48% of malicious email attachments typically are Microsoft Office documents such as Word and Excel. 65% are done via a spear phishing attack. A spear phishing attack is the impersonation of a high-level official attempting to trick an employee into doing something that would gain them financial gain. 34% of these breaches are from insiders or employees, either deliberately or sometimes accidentally. And 94% of most malware use email as a primary vehicle of delivery. So what are our current security measures? We have multiple layers of protection. We have firewalls and software monitoring systems in place. Currently, we use up-to-date monitoring techniques with intrusion protection. These systems use behavioral techniques to look for specific types of behavior. They also use advanced intelligence to determine if the activity looks like a threat, and then they alert us to that. They also use sandboxing techniques. These techniques are used where you take the attachments or the emails and you essentially open them and view the contents of them in a safe environment to determine whether or not they should be delivered. We also have email filtering and website filtering in place. They are continuously updated 24/7. They detect and monitor and alert us if they detect anything. There's multiple layers of antivirus and malware protection on the desktops, and they're also provided at our firewall levels as well. We also are always making sure that we're in compliance with public safety and health insurance privacy regulations to ensure that our privacy and security for the Mendocino County residents. So what are our plans for the future? Additional resiliency and recovery capabilities. We want to make sure that we have the ability to recover and react quickly if necessary. This would be adding additional equipment, training, enhancing the existing systems that we have. One of the things that is important is that we get security awareness training for all employees. The staff provide the first line of defense, and them being aware and being alert of suspicious activity. This will allow us to block the cyber criminals before they get a chance to act. We also want to look at the use of simulations and drills to gauge the effectiveness of our training of our systems. And this also gives us the opportunity to discover areas for improvement. We also are looking at enhancing our systems with new AI-based systems that use self-learning, pattern recognition, and behavioral monitoring to stop threats. These are known as some of the new next generation systems out there. Going to these types of systems will greatly improve our ability to recover and the time that it takes, as that downtime can be very expensive. So in summary, government agencies are really high priority targets for malware and cyber criminals. Security awareness, really that is everyone's responsibility. Training is really the key factor here to getting everyone aware and not be fooled by the criminals. We need to treat cybersecurity kind of like we treat physical security. We don't lock things, they're going to get in. A culture shift is required for us to all take responsibility. It is not just an IT responsibility. Currently, the county blocks between 10,000 and 30,000 emails a day that are malicious. We also see on an average day around 50 or so viruses that are attempted to be delivered by email. And our systems block and quarantine these on every single day. We fully expect these threats to continue. They will increase. The trend doesn't show any sign of going down. We expect to implement one or more tools every quarter for the foreseeable future to help mitigate these threats. And therefore, we really do need to put some spending towards mitigating this, and we'll need to increase that as time goes on. So are there any questions the board would like to ask?
Supervisor Williams.
No, not a question, but a statement. I think CEO wasn't quite in the room when we started. I want to make it clear to the public that the board has also had a chance to ask privately because every entity has some vulnerabilities, no matter how well prepared they are. And we've definitely covered those vulnerabilities, and we're looking at places we can improve. But we're not going to talk about where we might be weak publicly because we don't want someone halfway across the world to take advantage of it.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to acknowledge that the county has probably seriously underfunded information services over the last decade, and I think it's really commendable the work that Cody Snyder and his staff have done to protect the county. And we do rate fairly well. There's always room for improvement. We've identified any number of areas. We had.
I know I've talked with our CEO about it, about are we okay? Well, yeah, and I really appreciate it.
Supervisor Jordy.
And I do appreciate the opportunity to discuss this in closed session and ask more detailed questions. But I just also for members of the public to know that this is part of the county's IT master plan project, and this is one component in that.
If I may, through the chair, to tag along with Supervisor Jardy's comments, this is one of many initiatives that were identified in the IT master plan that this board adopted. And as we continue to operate, more initiatives are identified. Those initiatives were IT in nature. There are many efficiencies as we go about our business that we do come across. And this was one opportunity that we took to give you an example of what the investment in the IT master plan has lent to our county, and to develop more, not only securities, but even efficiencies in how we go about ensuring those securities. There are a few other initiatives that we have that are underway that aren't necessarily evident to the board or perhaps the public, that we would like to also take the opportunity to just speak about. One of them is we're looking at our procurement process. There's another where we're looking at our current budget process. And then we do have another fairly lengthy initiative that's looking at our cannabis program and the permitted process. And we've embarked upon the cannabis initiative, for example, for the last year and a half, I believe, in looking at how we're utilizing our software system, which is Track It, how these other multiple departments are working together to streamline, and what those investments on the front end will realize on the tail end. So what's your return on investment? Myself and Mr. Jacobson will be presenting at the end of the month at a conference for municipal finance officers. And at that, we are talking about doing more with less and the power of automation. And we reference the board's direction to really identify those efficiencies and how we can best do that. And so at the direction of the CEO, we took this opportunity to come in and speak to you about cybersecurity, but to also mention that there are a great many initiatives we're embarking upon that will realize true efficiencies. The procurement initiative, I can say from my past, having been involved in the procurement program for the last 20 years, these realized efficiencies are going to, the numbers are staggering with a very small investment in our, not even dollar investment, but just time in utilizing our current software system more appropriately. It'll realize hundreds of thousands of dollars in savings from the staff end in just time alone. So this was just a chance to get in front of you to bring that to light and to let you know that we're making those progresses, and to answer any questions if you have any.
Right. Well, thank you, and I'd like to recognize Tom Jacobson from Client First and your collaboration with our county. Thank you.
Thank you. Janelle, I will be speaking next week to the California Financial Managers Organization. This is my third year partnering with a local government agency to speak. I expect we'll have 100 to 120 people in the audience, and we'll be talking about specific examples of the projects that are underway and the benefits that we see the county receiving.
Okay.
Janelle will be the star. I will just be the MC.
All right. Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Should we expect proposals for additional training in time for the budget process this year?
Yes, we are working through the security awareness procurement process at this moment, and then we'll be bringing forward a proposal for additional training. It's actually part of funding board approved at mid-year, so in anticipation of the need.
Okay. Seeing no more questions, are there any comments from the audience, from the public? Seeing none? Okay. Is there a motion to accept this presentation?
So moved.
Second.
All right.
And
moved and seconded. Any?
After the vote, I have a comment too.
Any additional comments? Okay, vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right.
Well, I know that we have some staff here, and I wonder if Cody might like to introduce some of your staff and acknowledge them for their work.
You didn't even know they were here.
No, they were. Yeah, I have Finn Alden here from the Sheriff's Office, Alex Land from Information Services. I see Jessica Sandoval also from Information Services.
To expand on that, this is definitely a team effort. Cody's staff, they've done a lot with a little for a long time, and it's taken even some adjustment to catch up with now having resources. And I truly do commend his whole team because they definitely have held this together and are really making strides with these efficiencies. So it's great. Thank you for recognizing them.
I'd like to also say that Finn contributed to this presentation from the Sheriff's Office perspective.
All right. Well, we thank you very much for the work you're doing. Okay. All right. So I did have a little test when we came back from lunch, and no one caught me on it. So we didn't do our report out of the closed session items. So I'd just like to say that items 9A, 9B, 9C, and 9D, direction was given to staff. And in regards to 9A, we received the report along with giving the direction to staff. Okay? So since our next item is timed for 2 o'clock, why don't we move on to item 6D? And 6D is discussion and possible action, including direction to County Council to author ordinance amendment to raise County Code Section 15.28.010, vehicle abandonment to a misdemeanor offense. Supervisor Williams, you're the sponsor of this?
From time to time, unwanted vehicles are abandoned. And when I say abandoned, they're not just left where they are. They're taken out, say, Highway 253, and shoved into the bushes, pushed over the embankment, just discarded. And this last year, I've worked on a number of these with Trent Taylor in code enforcement and Andy Porter in the sheriff's office to clean up the mess, which usually involves the car, broken windows. The longer the car is left out there roadside, the more likely it is to have been vandalized. Sometimes the cars are loaded with trash that somebody wanted to get rid of along with the vehicle. These cleanups are using public dollars, a lot of times are general fund. And I think we've tolerated a culture that if you don't want a car and you can't afford to dump it, it's acceptable to drive it off and push it in the woods. I went to our district attorney on the last incident because there were VIN numbers all over the vehicle. It was possible to identify who the last owner of record was. The DA said there's nothing he can do. It's not a misdemeanor. And so I'm suggesting we change that so that there is some recourse. I understand that we also need campaigns to find more cost-effective means to haul unwanted vehicles out of the county. Part of the problem is people can't afford the disposal cost. With the scrap metal value falling, it's costly to haul an unwanted car that's non-operational to a disposal site, often out of county. But that said, I believe it shouldn't be tolerated that unwanted vehicles are simply discarded on private property or along public roadways. I've had some feedback to this item, some positive, some negative. But the positive was there's examples where a vehicle is discarded onto private property, and when it's reported, the private property owner is told to not remove it, not destroy it, because the vehicle's not their property. And yet it acts as a liability. They worry, what if a child gets injured with this unwanted vehicle that's rolled down a hill? It puts that private property owner in a very difficult position. I'll leave it at that.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you very much. And yeah, I'm just disappointed we didn't add refrigerators, mattresses, and couches to the list. But I certainly would support the motion.
Supervisor McCowan.
Well, I support this as well. I'm not sure that it's a magic bullet. It'll probably help in some cases to be able to hold people accountable, even though it wasn't, the previous example you cited wasn't a misdemeanor. Potentially, the county could identify the party and go after them as a civil matter, which can be cumbersome and costly, and then they may not have any funds, so you're left ultimately with nothing. But I thought also that it could go back on their future registration, that if they abandon a car that's registered in their name, potentially that becomes a claim that they would have to pay with DMV. Maybe we could investigate that. Trent Taylor might know if there's anything to that or not. But for today, I do support moving forward with this. It's probably, it's not going to be as effective if we could train people to abandon their vehicles on state jurisdiction. You know, Caltrans has wide turnouts. Why dump it on the county? I'm being a little facetious here, but.
Okay. County Council, did you have any comments on that?
No, not in particular. Just I hope the state doesn't take that comment too seriously.
Was that solicitation?
Okay.
It'd help if they would
So-
timely clean up their jurisdiction, however, because Jackson State Forest looks like a junkyard at times, correct?
Supervisor Jordy.
So this is an intriguing suggestion, and it probably makes a lot of sense. I'm just curious how, when these items come forward, it'd be so much better if we could get like something in writing, like an email from the district attorney, like in this case, that yes, he will prosecute, or like right now we're assuming that that's the case because you had a conversation you verbally relayed to us, but it wasn't in the packet. You know, that, and how will code enforcement enforce this? I mean, if it's a misdemeanor, is this, for example, is this an item that the county counsel's office that is working with code enforcement that they can enforce rather than the district attorney? These are questions that I have, but they're not answered in the staff agenda summary because it's such a brief summary. And so I'm just hoping that maybe staff could work with supervisors when they bring forward items to give us a little more background prior to them coming on the agenda, so we know that they've actually talked to the relevant parties and that there's an agreement on a way to implement these ideas.
Yeah, and my thoughts are that, you know, I've heard these problems, I've seen these problems throughout our county. I've heard about, you know, people setting cars on fire. You know, it's kind of a standard practice. They abandon the car and then a few weeks later it's on fire and a potential, you know, hazard to the whole community. So anything that we can do to lessen that would be welcome. I just don't think that a person who's abandoning their car on the side of the road or on someone else's property is really going to be deterred from doing that, whether it's a infraction or a misdemeanor. You know, I just wonder if it's going to really have an effect. Maybe education and teaching people what they can do, and maybe some program where they can abandon their cars for free or something at some location. But anyway, I'll support it too.
Public comment?
I thought you were going to say something, but.
Oh,
no?
I'll wait for public comment.
Okay. Is there any public comment? All right, seeing none. Okay, I invite a motion.
I would move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Did any other comment? Okay, we're going to vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, very good. So, since we have this timed item for 2 o'clock and we're 5 minutes ahead of schedule, we've done everything else on the agenda except for items 6B and 6C. We'll take a 5-minute break. All right? Gavel? Oh. All right, we're calling the meeting back to order. Thank you everyone for being here. Let's see, we're on item 6B, which is discussion and possible action regarding update from Fire and Emergency Medical Services, EMS Sustainability Ad Hoc Committee. That's Supervisors Williams and McCowan. And so?
We met with fire chiefs, right? So Supervisor Williams and I have been meeting with various stakeholders. We did recently meet. Supervisor Williams and I have been meeting with stakeholders. We did recently meet with an ad hoc committee of the Fire Chiefs Association. A few items in no particular order. The county does continue to support ambulance service in Anderson Valley, Long Valley, and Round Valley with approximately $180,000 of county general fund annually. We've been doing that for about 4 or 5 years. The EMS system along the Highway 101 corridor, we know, is pretty precarious at times. I believe Supervisor Williams documented there were about 10 times during December when the system was at level 0, which meant if one more call came in for 911, an ambulance would not have been immediately available in the area. This board previously had authorized looking at potentially having a countywide sales tax measure to support ambulance service. However, this option was not supported by at least the administration of the cities of Ukiah and Willits. I don't know that they ever took it to their city councils to see what the opinion of the councils were, but the city administration views sales tax as one of their primary funding avenues. As a county, we are bumping up against the cap of sales tax for a county, how much it can rise above the state level. That can be lifted through a process, and I don't think it's necessarily onerous to achieve that, but the cities, again, were reluctant to go that route, and without city support, gaining a 2/3 approval for a sales tax increase would have been extremely unlikely. I believe Coastal Valley has estimated that a total cost of providing a fully sustainable EMS system might be $6 million. Other stakeholders have questioned that estimate, even if it's a high number, to fully fund a fully sustainable EMS system could be a very expensive proposition. Another thing that has occurred fairly recently is that the city of Ukiah has acquired, I believe, 2 additional ambulances. They now have 3, and they have been working collaboratively with the local ambulance company and have been doing some transports when the need for that arises. So that's something that should help with the level 0 issue. So I would invite Supervisor Williams to add to this. This is just kind of an informational update. And then Supervisor Williams has a companion item that does not come from the ad hoc, but from Supervisor Williams.
So I think the ad hoc has unity on the problem, describing where we're at, how we got here. There's a little bit of ambiguity on, or indecision on how to move forward. We know the answer is funding. Private industry likely won't solve this problem, or it would have already been solved. It's only been progressively getting worse. There's a question for this board of, do we expect to build momentum to run another tax to subsidize ambulance service, irrespective of the mechanism, whether we fund an EOA or we contract directly? Do we plan to use a tax, or do we plan to allocate some of our general fund? I understand general fund had been used decades back, and so there's already some history of the county being involved. It's also a county responsibility to provide response to 911. The interfacility transfers, moving from ER here versus to ER somewhere else, it's hospital responsibility. But when that patient calls 911, it's our responsibility to make sure a resource is coming. A lot of cases, that's not happening today. I'm trying to watch the entire county. I'm clearly more focused on certain parts that, where I live. And on Friday, I was coming home, and there's a man walking drenched along Highway 128. His car's in the river, submerged. We tried to get parks, Fish and Wildlife, Coast Guard involved. And the folks who work for those agencies and live here do an excellent job. They're part of a great collaboration. But they don't have the state's backing to pull a car from a river. And so the next day, it was Matt Kendall and myself, Mendocino Fire, Albion Fire out there locating the car in the Navarro River, which took most of a day with a pole, just scooting around trying to find where that car is. We understood this is an environmental issue. If this state thinks straws are a problem, how about automobiles sunk in rivers? And when we finally got it winched out on Sunday, the third day, one of the volunteers who was there gave up a good chunk of his weekend, had a cardiac event. He gave me permission to talk about this. He called 911. I went to the call. It was about 6 p.m. I helped convince him the best thing to do was go to the local hospital because that air ambulance had an hour ETA. You never know if a helicopter will be able to land. Fog comes in, they have a mechanical problem. You don't want to be waiting out in the sticks. Better to be at a hospital and wait for a transfer. When the hospital finally decided it was appropriate for an ER to ER transfer, there was an ambulance parked out front. The crew was sitting next to me in the hospital. Couldn't use it. It was for 911. For good reasons. The system is designed this way. We want to keep it available for 911. So the next ambulance available came from Ukiah. Took almost 2 hours. He called 911, or his partner, who incidentally is a surgeon, wanted him at a cath lab, understood the problem. Called 911 at 6 p.m., didn't get a ride until after 11 p.m. This happens throughout the county. It's not ideal. And so we can argue about what fair response times are. You decided to live in a rural area. You're not getting the same type of services you might get in a city. I can buy into that, but I think what we have today is not working. And there are a lot of people involved in EMS and fire who are urging the county to take some action. So the companion item is just one approach. If you don't like it, we can do something else. But I picked up this card somebody left on the table here. Leadership is practiced not so much in words as in attitude and in actions. And I think that's what the public is asking us to do, take some action. We've been talking about this for a long time. This board has been involved and has taken action. The EOA, a multi-year process, the Fitch report, there's been a lot of effort in studying the problem and trying to come to a solution. I feel that we've exhausted those options, and the remaining action is to start allocating some funds to the problem.
Okay, any other comment? Supervisor McCowan.
Well, we've kind of moved the two items together. I wonder, it'll be your discretion. Do you want to take comment, if any, to 6C before we can conclude that and move on to 6D, or just take them both together?
I'd like to stay on 6B and really look at the big picture of this before we go on to the specific motion.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I'll speak to it. And I met with Tammy Moss Chandler, Director of Health and Human Services, and the people, Brian and Jennifer from Coastal Valley the other day. And I thought it was a very productive meeting in talking about what the issues are and what the big vision is for the county. I think that, we laid out like 6 different steps that need to be taken to really come up with a comprehensive plan for the county. And I think that's what we need to do, is not just piecemeal it, but really look at what the big issues are. And some of the things we were talking about were the emergency medical care community, get it up and running, really an effective group. The second one was identify or open communication. It seems like some of the agencies are holding their cards close to their chest because they don't want to give up too much right now. And so I think we need to,
Could you elaborate on which agencies?
well, there was talk about different jurisdictions and such. So I don't personally know that that's the case, but that's what I'm hearing. And I don't want to say any names without having firsthand knowledge of that. But I hear that's the situation at this point. Okay. The third one is to identify the resources and gaps that we have. Fourth is support paramedic and EMT certification program, possibly at Mendocino College. Seems like we don't, one of the real barriers to this whole problem is not having enough paramedics to service all the ambulances. And that without the personnel, it doesn't matter how many ambulances we have, we can't, we're not going to make them run. Yes.
So, I hate to stop you in the middle of your list of 6, but as I'm hearing some of these, I don't understand a lack of paramedics. Is there an open rec for paramedics that's not being met? I don't see that as the holdup. I see the holdup as financial in nature. It's a great idea to have a training program. We should be turning out EMTs and paramedics, but I don't know that that's blocking us today. I think what's blocking us is there aren't enough units in the field, and we don't have stability.
Well, that's what I've heard from Leonard Winter from MedStar, is that is a barrier to providing ambulance service, is not having enough paramedics. So, okay. And then, the Covelo situation is critical, is that it's drawing down ambulances, and the ambulance from Laytonville has to go out to the Highway 162 if there's a call to Covelo, and a call to Covelo will take 3 or 4 hours. One of the things we're doing on it is Teresa from MedStar is organizing a meeting on February 5th. We're going to meet with the people up in Covelo and try to see what we can do about that. And then, we need a countywide exclusive operating agreement. And so those are 6 real kind of concrete areas that we need to be working on. And I just don't see, piecemealing this. I think we need a comprehensive approach. So Supervisor Williams.
So we did try an EOA. This county spent multiple years putting an EOA together. There was not one responsive proposal. And so it's not as simple as let's try to do an EOA again, right? This county needs to subsidize the EOA if it's to happen. And so I'm not suggesting that we do anything piecemeal, but we're coming up on the budgeting season. If we don't budget some funds, or if we don't initiate a new tax, talking about it won't move the needle. We're going to be in exactly the same position. I think we all understand the problem. We don't have enough ambulances responding. I don't think it's because of a lack of paramedics. I think if you have an open rec and it's market pay, you can find a paramedic. I think Coast Hospital has paramedics available. But even if that's the problem, it's not an answer in and of itself to get a paramedic training program in place. That's not going to solve the shortage we see today.
Maybe not today, but it's a long-term solution.
We could say it's a supplemental solution that should be executed concurrent with fixing the shortage of units we see today.
Right, it's one of those things that we need to be working
So
on.
I think we can find agreement there, and I imagine the other half of the ad hoc would probably agree.
I would hope we could find an agreement.
Okay, but the idea of we need an EOA, we failed at the EOA. The market told us the EOA is not a solution, and I understand why. No one in their right mind with an ambulance company would agree to those terms. The county will have to kick in some funds to pull off an EOA. Are we willing to use general fund to ensure that we have an ambulance responding in a timely manner to every 911?
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, part of the challenge is that we are faced with many critical needs, and for those of us who've been here for a decade or nearly so, that's the constant challenge is you can always justify the need. There's no question about the need. Where do you find the available resources? How do you allocate the limited available resources? An EOA by itself, that doesn't create any additional funding. So simply doing an EOA, I would agree, that's not a solution. We tried doing an EOA for the, essentially inland Mendocino County, and that process didn't go well. Took a lot of time, including a lot of valuable staff time, some amount of money for consultants, ultimately went nowhere. The coast clearly opted out. Both North and South Coast did not want to be included in an EOA, so I don't know why we would come back and look at a countywide EOA. Another issue with the EOA is we have unresolved claims of 201 rights by the city of Ukiah. That issue's never been resolved, so unless that issue were to be resolved, you could go through the EOA process, come right down to the wire, and here's the objection by a particular entity that would have to be dealt with at the end of the process. If we're going to go down that road again, we should probably figure out a way to get an answer on 201 rights before we go into that process. The shortage of ambulances, recent cases that I'm aware of were not a failure of the 911 system. There was an ambulance available in the immediate vicinity if a 911 call had been made. So I don't know what happened that an ambulance, it may have been an emergency medical situation, but it wasn't being called that. It isn't the ambulance that makes that decision. They respond when they get the call. So it's a rather tenuous system. We know that when we've been to level 0 the number of times we have, but I wouldn't say it's a failed system. It is a system with a lot of challenges. We know we're near failure in a lot of areas, that areas struggle to find people willing to, what is it, a 12-hour shift for $30?
Anderson Valley.
Yeah, so there's a lot of challenges out there, but, and it's hard to discuss the big picture without talking about the other issue. I do have some specific comments about the next agenda item, but I do agree that piecemealing this is not the appropriate approach. One more thing I want to throw out there is I do hear frequently EMS is a county responsibility, and some of the people who say that take it to mean that the county is responsible to fully fund an EMS system. And while the county is required to have a local emergency medical services agency, and there are various other requirements put on the county, I'm not aware of a requirement that the county is required to fund the emergency medical system to any required degree. So, it's a critical need, but it's one of multiple needs that the county is faced with meeting. And I think if we are going to direct additional general fund money, because we already, and for several years, 4 or 5 years, have directed $180,000 a year to sustain ambulance service. If we're going to do more, it should be as part of a very carefully thought out plan that identifies where that funding is going to come from or what else is going to be cut to fund it.
Thank you, Supervisor McCowan. I agree with that. What I'm hearing from the fire chiefs in my area is that there is a need, and we've seen the real need, but we also need to have a plan in place, and we need to do it. They're all fine with additional funding, but before the funding comes the plan. Okay, and so let's see what the big picture is, see how we're going to implement different things, and then people would be amenable to the funding. So, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you are absolutely correct. We need a county-wide plan for the entire system, and it comes from the locals too. When Bear Health, I believe that was the ambulance company that left, Adjustments had to be made, and I think they're still struggling with that. You know, you talked about an ambulance going to the coast. Well, we're talking about, on the next agenda item, a coastal ambulance coming to the 101 corridor. But I hate, being a county supervisor, to throw a stick into a spoke while the wheel's spinning when our emergency providers are probably readjusting. And for me, I want to hear their recommendations. It should not be coming from a county supervisor or a board of supervisors. And what information do they have? What adjustments do they think need to be made? And how can they be helped? Before I'm willing to, you know, vote on anything that really steps in their way. I need to know the numbers and what they feel will work.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so neither of these items call for a vote on allocating any county funds.
I am suggesting you just talked about funds. I understand, but you were saying we had a responsibility. What I'm saying is these emergency responders countywide were readjusting, I think, after Bear Health left. And certainly, we need a system countywide that's going to work. But for county supervisors to step in their way,
how are we
I
stepping?
don't think it's appropriate.
How are we stepping,
Let's just let Supervisor Brown finish.
I just don't think it's appropriate. I want to hear from them.
I would like clarification.
Supervisor Williams.
Thank you. I would like clarification on how we're stepping in their way when they've come to us, they've come to an ad hoc, and they've conveyed the system is failing. They need help.
I would like to hear that from them.
Okay.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think, you know, we are kind of mushing the two items together, and, you know, I do think that it would be premature to well, and what's the point of asking for an estimate, and you've openly called for we need to be contributing general fund, so it seems pretty clear the intention is to direct general fund towards this issue, but in a piecemeal manner and without having all the information. So we don't know yet, and this funding estimate would be transferable to Adventist Health. We don't know yet that Adventist Health is going to be managing the Mendocino Coast District Hospital. Also, another thing currently underway is the City of Ukiah has contracted for a county-wide ambulance study. Initially, it was not county-wide. My understanding, they have expanded the scope of that. The last conversation I had, they were cautiously optimistic they would have a draft of that study in March. That will provide a lot more information, presumably. And then I also think it's rather questionable to have a discussion about getting an estimate from one ambulance provider when we've just gone through a lengthy EOA process, and the only proposal that we got was from the current inland corridor provider. And if we were to get an estimate from anyone, it would seem logical you would get it from the inland corridor provider who's been serving that area for 50 years, not from another provider. And I think potentially there could be legal implications of soliciting a bid from, or an estimate from one entity when a lot of the information that the other entity used in responding to the EOA is public information. So that, you know, kind of sets up a questionable dynamic that potentially could expose the county to liability, and I want to make sure we don't do that. I also think your comment, Mr. Chair, about the ECCM, which has, you know, just been officially appointed and is just forming, is an appropriate venue also to discuss these matters.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I'd like to give one more response before we go to public comment. And I realize we are now mixing the two issues, the two items.
Yeah.
It's unavoidable. So I would like to ask County Council, is there a legal concern about requesting information?
If I may, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So as I understand it, the question has to do with would we somehow be jeopardizing a competitive process in the event that we were to be soliciting information from one prospective bidder? And there's a few parts here. First of all, in terms of insofar as the board previously did not act on the prior RFP and may choose to contract, I don't know that in and of itself is going to create any basis for liability or legal jeopardy. The thing I would have more concern about would be if the board is soliciting information from one or more providers and then engages in a competitive process after that provider has already engaged in exchange with the board. That provider might be potentially disqualified from participating in the process, and there could be an allegation that if they didn't get disqualified, that they should have been, that they would either have a competitive advantage by having information that was not available to the other bidders at the time that the proposal went out, or there's also potential that they would be able to argue that they are at a competitive disadvantage. I don't want to say that absolutely creates a basis for civil liability. I would just express that it may be prudent to avoid that route to be able to preserve the integrity of a competitive process in the future. Did that answer the question?
That answered. And the second question or comment is, the idea here is of the second item, 6C, is to figure out why, when I look at the books for Coast Hospital, their ambulance service breaks even. Can we replicate that model on the 101? And if not, why not? Theirs isn't costing their hospital, it's break even or better. And if that's the answer that we hear maybe in public comment, I think it opens a question of why do we have a shortage on the inland part of the county if there's a model in an area that probably has about the same call volume, maybe less, probably the same reimbursement ratios of private and public insurance.
So you're saying...
Okay.
And the goal here is to build a plan, the plan that we're all talking about. But in order to build that plan, I think we need a better picture of what we have in place today and what the financial realities are of the various models. Given that we have one entity that's public, it's easy to get the information. I think if we make a formal request, they're willing to provide us what they know, and that would be a basis for building a plan. It doesn't mean we go with them. It doesn't mean that the next step is to contract. It's just information.
Mr. Chair, if I may, it may be a little bit cleaner if we were to close off 6B and to proceed on to 6C, or if the chair's going to call them together, just make that clear for the benefit of the record.
I would say let's stay away from 6C again, as much as we can. Because, what I'm thinking of is, I think there's agreement that we need a plan. And we need to do something comprehensive. And we want to fix this situation. And so what I would like to go away from this discussion, and I'm glad we're having this discussion with the ad hoc committee, is to have some kind of tangible plan that we're going forward with, that we can investigate all these things and not have it string on for another year or two, but rather come back with a real plan at a fixed date, within 60 days or something, because we need to we can't do it like Supervisor Brown said, we can't do it as a board here. We need those entities talking with us. Maybe we need to have a workshop, half-day session with the entities involved to work it out. But it's of critical importance to our county. And so that's what I'm looking at. As far as the paramedic situation, the CEO and I are going to be in a meeting with Senator McGuire in the college, and we're going to be talking about how to set up a program. You know, is it collaborating with Napa College or Sonoma, you know, Santa Rosa Junior College, where they have programs already for paramedics? You know, what can we do about that? But we do have a meeting planned in 2 weeks, and so we're moving forward with some of these things. I think we just need to come up with some tangible steps we can take. So with that, I'm going to open it up for public comment. Okay? Good. Okay, Andrew Hosford. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time. I've tried to survey a lot of people on a lot of different ideas. We've also had, we've done a fair amount of bringing attention to the ambulance issue or the EMS issue in the communities. And we've gotten a lot of response back via social media. And that seems like to be a pretty good method for just getting the general public to comment. I've had people reach out to me with instant messages and all kinds of stuff showing support for the EMS issue. One of the ongoing comments that we seem to get is your constituents understand that there's a significant EMS issue in our communities, and most of the time it's more effective to go to the hospital on your own than it is to wait for an ambulance. With that understanding, I don't see how we can think that this isn't, or that we don't have a failed system. We do. Our EMS system is failing our communities, our rural communities. Rural medical care is a dynamic and very large issue that you guys are asked to address in this situation, but the solution isn't to get some specialty care to our communities. There's not going to be the funds to pay for it. The situation, or I don't know what the best resolution to this is. I don't foresee a successful, comprehensive understanding and solution to the entire community, because it's going to be different everywhere you go, as well as all of your opinions are different on this whole issue, which is, I would expect, across the entire community. I know that, well, in the rural communities, the best way to save a life is to get somebody to emergency services as quickly as possible. How do we do that? We do that with transport. We do that with EMS services. What we're looking for is for you guys to find a situation to provide sufficient services to our rural communities. We're not going to have specialty medical care. We have to get people from A to B to get that attention. The other thing is 911 calls. We were at a staffing level 0 last night at about 7:30. It only lasted for 3 minutes. We were at staffing level 1 for a large portion of, or a large period of time. That means that there's 1 ambulance available for 50,000 community members. If for anything at level 2 or less, which you guys understand this, we don't have IFT, inter-facility transport. To get a person with a cardiac event, which ultimately could have killed my grandmother, and apparently it happens everywhere in the community, out to specialty medical care, we have to have that transport available, and that comes with bringing additional services to our community.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Good afternoon. Sage San Giacomo, City Vicario, City Manager. And I just want to reiterate what has been expressed by some of the supervisors about a comprehensive plan. That's really what we need. We need that comprehensive plan. Piecemealing this will almost only assure us that we'll have the same problem today, tomorrow. And having that comprehensive plan in place is, I think, absolutely vital. Bringing the stakeholders to the table and open, transparent discussions related to this issue, I think is also absolutely vital. The City of Ukiah has employed a consultant services to do a ambulance feasibility study that will provide us with more data with regards to the fiscal issues within the system that will help us match out what potential services we could provide and where we have gaps, and if we have gaps. Having that information, I think, is vitally important in evaluating where we need to go from this point forward. So I do appreciate the sentiment that we need to have a comprehensive plan in place. The City of Ukiah stands ready in working with the county and other stakeholders on developing that plan. Thank you.
Okay. Hold on one
Question,
sec.
if I may.
Okay. Supervisor Jurdy.
So, Saves, thank you for being here, and appreciate what you're saying. What kind of time frame do you see that could be possible for the City of Ukiah, because you're such a big key part of this, along with the county and other stakeholders? What kind of time frame do you think, optimistically, that we could put together to getting some sort of comprehensive plan?
Well, again, the City of Ukiah has already taken upon itself for the feasibility study. We've shared that study and have met with the county and other stakeholders, Coastal Valley. It was during those meetings at the end of last year that we determined, can it be a county-wide plan or a county-wide look at feasibility, and we were successful in being able to get the consultants to engage at that level. I understand that the consultants are ready to begin meeting with stakeholders at the end of January, beginning of February, and I think we're well on track to meeting the goal of having that plan completed in the March timeframe. But it's going to, again, I think it really is. We need to recognize as stakeholders that we need to come together quickly, work together through that analysis and interpret that analysis, and then come up with a comprehensive plan. So I think that engagement is upon us.
Supervisor Jurdy.
And just a quick follow-up. If the county were to ask the Coast District Hospital for the information that's on the next item, would that information interfere with or in any way harm the countywide study that the City of Ukiah is? It just seems like it would be supplemental information.
Yeah, I don't know that we don't already have some of that information related to call volumes and the fiscal feasibility of why the coast system works and why an inland system doesn't work. I don't, those are the items that are going to be exposed, I hope, through the study and the information. So I don't know that we don't already have that information that's already worked into the analysis. So I will comment. I do think that there are some potential issues from the public contracting side of it, and engaging with one service provider when there's other service providers that are potentially capable of providing those similar services.
Okay. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, City Manager San Giacomo, for confirming the potential for a March timeframe for getting the results back from the countywide study currently being done. Can you also confirm that the city has recently acquired, I think, maybe 2 additional ambulances, and that you have been collaboratively responding to 911 calls when necessary? Is that an accurate statement?
That is an accurate statement. Those 2 units are not in service. The City of Ukiah just took action to get some of the necessary lift equipment that will be installed on those units.
The intention is to make them available for service? The
intention is to have better distribution of our equipment, so we're better capable of responding as needed. So at this point, we have 1 unit, but we have 3 fire stations, and so the concept is to have a unit at each fire station. But it doesn't, while we're adding units, we're not increasing staffing at this time. So it doesn't provide additional units necessarily out on the street. It just provides a more efficient model for the City of Ukiah to respond.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Supervisor Williams.
What happens if you have a structure fire while a patient is being transported by one of these new ambulance units? Are you using the same personnel?
So if there's an actual structure fire, or we have an ambulance in service?
Say there's a structure fire, but 2 of your personnel who would be on that fire are with a patient in an ambulance. Is that a likely scenario, that you're using the same people to serve both needs?
We are currently using the same staff people to respond in our units. When we do staff up an ambulance unit, it does take resources out from the fire side.
What I'm trying to clarify is, although this sounds like a solution, I also read it as degraded service on the fire side for the city of Ukiah.
At this point, it's because it's additional resources, equipment resources, it provides better allocation of our resources for response that we're currently performing at this time.
Do you see it as a solution that maybe we don't need to increase the number of ambulance units because the city is stepping up?
No, I don't see that as a solution.
Okay.
And we haven't argued that it is a solution, so.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
And yet it does provide additional resources in an emergency situation.
Right, and I understand not only the city of Ukiah is working to acquire additional resources, but I think there's also our local private provider is also working to bolster their resources as well in response. So, I think that other fire departments and others are also looking at how they could assist as well. So I think having a comprehensive plan and bringing all these stakeholders together is an absolute must to get to a solution that's going to be long-term for Mendocino County.
Thank you. And my understanding is that MedStar has donated an ambulance to the Little Lake Fire Department for their use.
That's what I
So,
understand.
okay. Other public comment?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Tom Allman, private citizen. Thank you for having this conversation. Ambulance service certainly, and I live up north, my family lives up north, and ambulance service is critical. I'm not trying to muddy the waters. I want to remind you that this county, within our county, and I'm glad Sage is here, and I'm glad a city council person from Willis is here, we have 5 911 centers in this county. We have Willis Police Department, Ukiah Police Department, we have the Sheriff's Office, we have Highway Patrol, and we have CAL FIRE. So in the middle of January, we have 9 people working in the middle of the night when no calls are coming in. And we're talking about how much our ambulance is going to cost. We could easily save some money working with our other entities to have 2 911 centers in this county, one for fire and medical, one for law enforcement, and it would save a lot of money. And I've stood at this podium many times and said this. If you're going to have a conversation about ambulance, and whether you're talking EOC or whatever, please have a conversation about consolidation of our communication systems to save money and to make it more efficient for everyone. I mean, MedStar has their own dispatcher. I'm sure that if we said we dispatch for, or if the county said they dispatch for MedStar, Leonard would stand up here and say, hey, let's make it work, because we can do this. We're in the right situation. And Sage was talking about, let's not piecemeal this. I'm telling you, this would be a good chance to consolidate these conversations between medical services and 911 centers. Thanks for having this conversation, because as a citizen of Willits and as a friend of the Hosfords, I don't know if she would have lived or died if another ambulance would have been there, but her odds would have been much more in her favor. So thanks for this conversation.
Thank you.
Malcolm McDonald, Little River. I live on a ranch where one side of my family has lived since the 1800s. If you break a leg there, an ankle, you crawl up the hill to the nearest relative or friend. You get in the car and you drive to Willits and hope Bowen is on call that day. That's the reality in this county, or one of Bowen's proteges. And if you're on the coast, when Lago Marcino was practicing, that got shortened. You just went to him. So there's a lot, that's the reality of being in the rural area. Another reality is I'm hearing just a lot of obfuscation here from at least 3 members of this board. You have an opportunity to do something, but you'd rather form a committee to start a study, to form an ad hoc, to get some, quote, stakeholders' opinions, which are maybe real stakeholders, maybe not. And it ends up just being a runaround, and we're still here. I'm glad Supervisor Jurdy actually asked for a date, in the question to the city manager. You people need to, we've got some people here interested in their legacies. You have, just like I told the hospital board in Fort Bragg, you have a fiduciary responsibility to vote no, like one of your colleagues, on negative money coming in month after month. You guys are, with this runaround, you're going to abrogate your responsibility to public safety right now. And it's already happened. You can't change the past. But if you're going to go down this form a committee to form a something to form a something else, that's ridiculous. You know, I mean, it's, as I used to say to students, catch a clue. They're flying by all the time. You know, and maybe you have to do some piecemeal things. I'm sorry for the city manager and anybody else who has to have a county-wide plan. That may not be possible unless you want to wait for 6 or 8 or 10 years, and we're talking about Supervisor Williams' legacy. You know, catch a freaking clue. This has to happen in the here and now. You better get some dates. You better listen, hear from people like Davey Beek and other people who have experience in ambulances. Make them come up here and talk to you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Dr. Matheson.
Thank you. My name is Mills Matheson. I'm the medical director at Better Creek Medical Clinic. In my 45 years of medical practice in Willits, I've never before heard so many complaints about the ambulance service from both patients and doctors. Apparently, we no longer have a reliable ambulance service. Something must be done as soon as possible to improve the ambulance service. Otherwise, there'll be more harm to our patients. The proposal to add an ambulance to the 101 corridor is a reasonable patch. It's a patch to the ambulance system while a long-term solution is worked out. I will admit that I have a personal interest in a reliable ambulance service. Several years ago, when I collapsed at home, the ambulance arrived in less than 15 minutes. I hope that the next time I need the ambulance, it will also arrive within 15 minutes. One of our patients with a similar problem was recently told there would be at least an hour before the ambulance could be dispatched. That's what's going on now. All of us should have a personal interest in having, right now, a reliable ambulance system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment? Yes, sir.
I didn't sign up for any public comment.
That's fine.
My name is Davey Beek. I run the ambulance on the coast at the Coast Hospital.
Okay. Could you speak into the microphone and introduce yourself again?
Davey Beek. I'm the transport manager of the Coast Hospital.
Thank you.
And also a fire chief out in Comshy, a volunteer fire chief out in Comshy. I share Malcolm's frustration. Putting this into committee is not going to change anything today. Today, your constituents are suffering up and down the corridor. The time is tissue, as we talk about with a brain injury or a heart injury. Time is tissue. These people need to get to the hospital quicker. Talking about it isn't changing anything. I run a fairly successful ambulance service. We are financially viable. We do not lose money. It can be done. If anybody wants to talk to me about it, please invite me to an ad hoc meeting. I would gladly participate. I would bring my cost structure. I would, you know, I'm an open book. I'll share any information I have to help solve this problem, including resources. But I need to be invited. You all need to invite the people that need to be in the room. Honesty needs to be in the room. And we need to make a change today.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
I have a question for the speaker. You have typically 2 ambulances on the coast.
Correct.
And that service does better than break even. It generates some revenue for the hospital. Is there something different about the inland, the 101 corridor, that would make that model run at a loss?
There's nothing in my knowledge. Obviously, it gets fairly convoluted when you talk about Medicare and partnership and reimbursement structure. And there could be a different structure for reimbursement that the inland providers are up against. So I can't really speak intelligently to that.
And if asked, would your team be able to put together an estimate in detail how you derived at it, just as a data point for us to better understand?
I have my budget. I have my costs. I can produce that easily. You know, that would be nothing to I would, say the word and it's done.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a comment and then a question. So we do have an ambulance provider inland, and I kind of doubt they're losing money, or they probably wouldn't still be in business. At the same time, you're operating a service, and this item before us calls for an estimate of a subsidy. Well, if you have the here's how we break even formula, you wouldn't need a subsidy. But whatever the cost of providing the service, if you were to put on an additional ambulance, whatever that cost is and whatever the reimbursement models are for that, I don't think there's anything preventing you, and in fact, I think the consultant doing the City of Ukiah study would welcome your input, and if they haven't already, I think the city manager said by the end of this month, possibly, the consultants would be ready to begin meeting with stakeholders. So I don't think this requires any action from this board to get the information that you have.
Okay, so I work for a hospital and who works under a board. So I'm not at liberty to go out and solve the problems as I see them.
But your board would be opposed to you sharing information?
I highly doubt it if that information were requested. Currently, we have essentially 3 providers in our county. We have myself, we have MedStar, and we have the South Coast. None of which are operating at a loss, or they probably wouldn't still be here. So how is this a $6 million problem? We're looking at, we need 7 ambulances to serve the quarter instead of 5, or the 4 that are there currently. The changes are it's not that big a deal, you guys. This is a mountain's being made out of this molehill. We need to make changes, but they're not going to be that expensive. The resources we put out will make money. They may not make enough money to survive or provide reasonable profit but they will make money, and they will not sustain huge losses.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's get this done.
Any other public comment? Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, one correction. I see 2 other ambulance providers in the room. I would love to hear from them.
Yeah, I was going to call on them yeah. Mr. Hosford.
Hi, my name is Paul Hosford. Clarification, it was stated that there was an ambulance donated to the Willits Fire Department. It's actually not an ambulance. The piece of equipment will be used as a rescue vehicle in the case that there isn't an ambulance available to show up at an accident or in an emergency case. And how that works is that one fire chief would contact another fire chief and ask for that piece of equipment to be brought to that accident. So that's just a clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So we do have some ambulance providers in the room, and Mr. Winter, would you like to address some of these concerns about response time and the ambulance situation and how you see it right now?
I'd like to make one thing clear. MedStar Ukiah Ambulance has been here since 1937. We've always been here. We back up the whole county. We get calls to Point Arena, we get calls to Albion, we get calls to Navarro, we back up. We get calls to Covelo. We're the backup. We're the people you go to for the backup. We're working at this time. We're working in concert with the city of Ukiah. When VeriHealth came to us and said they were leaving, I got on, made some phone calls. I asked VeriHealth to leave one ambulance here, and they said they're done here. The city, the chief, the new chief at the city of 1 year, I've known for 6 years now. And they're working with us, and like Sage said, they're acquiring a few more ambulances. When you see the level 1 come down, they're still the city ambulance. They still have theirs. The level 1 is just with MedStar. But the biggest problem that we're having, I think right now, is what's drawing us down. It all comes to Covelo. Covelo has what the ambulance people are calling the X factor. It takes one out of the system for anywhere from 2 to 4 hours, and we're doing 19, 20 calls. We did 15 calls up there last month. 6 of them were dry runs and 9 of them were transports. They're trying to get them on the radio. I don't even hear them responding hardly anymore, Covelo. I think that we need to take care of Covelo before we take care of anybody else. We've got an hour and a half from Willits. When that Willits ambulance leaves, that it takes another one out of the system in Redwood Valley. So we need to help Covelo. We need to get something situated there. We do have a meeting there. Where that's going to take us, I don't know. But I think if there's any funds that need to go anywhere, they need to go to Covelo. And we need to get help up there for those Covelo people. They're drawing down the system 15 times a month. And it takes us out for many, many hours. The next problem is Willits. In December, we had, in Willits, we had Teresa, my operations manager, is probably going to get up here and correct me on every one of these numbers, but Willits, we did, it was 115 calls, 911 calls. Well, let's subtract the dry runs. The dry runs, non-transports were 37. And then we had 2 1144s and 4 AMAs. So the total number of calls in Willits was 73 for 911s. The city of Ukiah, the calls within the Ukiah Valley is subsidizing, we're subsidizing, and the city's subsidizing Willits with the calls that we receive in Ukiah. There's not enough calls in Willits. I don't know where David gets his numbers, but they're not going to add up. I was hoping these numbers were good. The last time I did one of these studies was, I was out of the ambulance business for a few years, but was requested to come back for different reasons. But I've seen these numbers, and these numbers are the same they were 15, 20 years ago in Willits. I've seen them down to 50 calls in Willits. It's a tough call up in Willits. If we go to the transfers up in Willits, we did a total of 54 transfers. But some of those transfers were contracted to us through mental health. I forget if that was, I got 2 numbers here, 6 and 11. So that brings the transfers down. The Ukiah Valley is subsidizing the Willits ambulance the whole way. We couldn't even be up there if we didn't have Ukiah. I think the help needs to go to Covelo right now. So let's look at some numbers here, because some of you want to see this. So in 2018, I've come up here for the last, I don't know, it seems like I'm coming up every quarter. And last time I was here, I told you in the first quarter that the Medi-Cals have gone up to like 58%, and the Medicares have gone down. So in 2000, and I'm going to go to 2018 real quick here and just give you some numbers. In 2018, we did 2018, we were at, Medicare was 40%, Medi-Cal was 44%. The Medi-Cal was caught up. It used to be, for years and years, we were at 59% Medicare and 28% Medi-Cal. So in 2019, we went from Medi-Cal, where's that number? Right here. So the Medicare has gone down to 39%, the Medi-Cal's gone up to 41%. And here I'll throw a number out here to you that's gonna boggle your mind. In 2019, we billed out $10,188,507. And I don't have the final number on that one, but on 18, we billed out $9,186,327. And we collected about $1.8 million. We have 4 ambulances on, 24/7. We have one ambulance that comes on. So far, we've managed to put one on the weekends, a fifth one. But without the city backing us up, or not backing us up, working in concert with us, we would be in trouble. But I think our main concern right now, at least in my mind, is Covelo. It's the X factor. It's taking one ambulance out of the system all the time. We need to help Covelo.
Okay.
And Laytonville. Laytonville has one person on that's at the station, a paramedic, with a call-in EMT. I'd like to see some funding get to them and get an EMT there 24/7, so they're ready to roll. And there is a shortage of paramedics throughout the whole state. Davey may have a lot of them. They pay him a little bit more money than everybody else. We've got our rates up there. I can't give you a number right now, but I think we're spending 16 per ambulance per the employees only between $1,600 and $1,800 a day for that paramedic and that EMT to be on the ambulance. That's not counting the ambulance. That's just for the wages, the benefits, and the workman's comp and things like that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Winter. Can you, hold on one sec. Can you state your name for the record?
Leonard Winter.
And we have some questions for you too.
I'd like to say one more thing real quick if I can. Davey beat me up on those, talking about my old ambulances at the last fire meeting. He tried to do it politely, but it still was a joke. But I'd like to say one thing. There's only one ambulance company that I know that has left their district without an ambulance, and that was Fort Bragg. When they went on strike, we had to go over there and cover for 2 weeks to a month. MedStar Ambulance was over there, and we took care of every single call for them because they didn't have any ambulance because their medics went out and strike for more money.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, just so you know, none of these questions are to be critical of any ambulance company or put one against another. I think we're just recognizing that there is a problem, and I think all of the ambulance services are struggling to try to meet the need, and probably struggling in slightly different ways. So when you talk about Covelo, without a public subsidy, without local government chipping in, do you see a way for your business to staff up and provide that extra unit to satisfy Covelo and maybe Covelo/Willits?
Well, I was hoping somebody would ask me that. We were in Covelo.
Yeah.
We got a resident paramedic in Covelo, and I don't remember how long we were there. Teresa's going to get up and speak next. She can tell you. We were asked to leave Covelo.
By who?
I don't know if it came from the county or it came from EMS.
Well, the county...
They walked into my office and said, here, you sign this piece of paper. You're going to back up Boonville, and they're going to back up...
The county and my understanding, even the LEMSA, have no oversight. Other than if you're providing ambulance service, you have to keep one unit in county. Well, I don't think they can tell you where you can play.
They wanted me to sign an agreement that we were going to go to Boonville, and they had the other company sign an agreement they were going there. So we left. It's not going to work up in Covelo. We had a paramedic there 24/7, 6 days a week. The subsidy came out. I said, well, great, we'll get subsidy. We'll get that seventh person up there because this lady would like to go to church and have one day off. She was working in the clinic at the tribal clinic 4 or 5 days a week. The tribal clinic would pay her and would let her go out with us, and then we'd take over at night and pay her.
Right. In your expert view, and what I'm getting at is Supervisor Brown's concern, which I think is valid. If we do nothing, if this county fails to act, do you believe the ambulance service will stabilize countywide on its own? If we leave it to the ambulance providers to do what they do, will we have an adequate level of service that meets public expectations?
I think it depends on what area you're talking about.
The entire county.
Well, I think Ukiah will always take care of itself.
Yeah.
And we've always, when I've been at the helm of MedStar and Ukiah Ambulance, we went back and forth to Willits several times. When everybody would leave because there wasn't enough money, we'd go back and subsidize with the calls from Ukiah.
Do you think we have a shortage today?
I think that you could take a lot of off of us if you get some help up in Covelo. So there is a shortage, I guess, up in Covelo. I don't know what Covolo's doing. I've been on the phone several times and I couldn't even get an answer from him.
So that sounds like one of the problems this board could take up is how do we provide service in Covolo so that you can keep that remaining rig in service in Willits?
When we use it, if we're using it 2 to 4 hours, it's out of service. Sometimes we get back up there in Covolo, we're hundreds of hours we call it unit hours. That unit is in service up there for 150 to 200 hours every month.
Got it. And has the county ever subsidized your ambulance company?
Every ambulance company in Mendocino County was subsidized. The subsidy started the subsidy started back in 1955. Is when we got subsidy. We would get a stipend every year, 20 to 30,000. Doesn't sound like much. I don't know if it was that much in 55. I was riding in the ambulance, but I wasn't doing anything in it. Anyway, we have. I know at the end of the subsidy, it went from 55 till about 19, I want to say 89 or 90, that we got a subsidy for just to be there every year. We got paid for dry runs. We got paid for some bad debts. Plus, we had a subsidy with the city of Ukiah, though it wasn't very much. It was more of a token that we would be there. And we did. Every ambulance company in the county got a subsidy. When the subsidy stopped, that's when the problem started.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was looking for.
I had questions of the speaker also.
Yeah. Supervisor McCowan.
Had I been called first, my question was, what's your solution for Covolo? And I don't think we're going to design that here today, but do you think that the ECCM committee, which there's a lot of experience brought together there, would that be an appropriate body to have a workshop on brainstorming? How do you address Covolo? What's the best way to do that? What would it take?
I'm glad you asked that. I was going to bring that up. I think everything needs to go through the EMCC committee. They're the ones that know it. The nurses know it. The paramedics know it. All my staff knows it. It's been a good committee. I don't know what happened to it. I was on that committee 20, 30 years ago. We got things done back in those days. It was a good working committee. Everything came out of the committee. We had our health officer would always come to the meetings, and it worked out great.
Thank you. And then one other item I wanted to clarify, because we've heard the comment, gosh, they're transporting these mental health patients in ambulances, and that's true. And I think part of why, and there obviously could be a more cost-effective method. An ambulance is not required for most of these transports, and yet I believe you get reimbursed for the ambulance transport, which helps sustain the rest of your operation. If those patients were transported by another means, you would be losing that revenue. Is that more or less accurate?
I think that I know that the mental health got us through the hard times when there was 2 ambulance companies here. It's probably what saved us and kept us moving. With the contractor of the mental health before the current contractor, we did use we don't call it a cage car, we call it a secured car. And we transported, I'd say 90% of them that way, and it was just fine. And
were you adequately reimbursed for that as well?
Yes, by the previous contractor himself, not through Medi-Cal or Medicare. But most of them are Medi-Cal. So we're doing, I'd like to see the secured car come back. We have met with Redwood Quality Assurance, and they've almost cut back almost to zero the extended long hauls to Reading and Red Bluff for those patients. We still do a few, but very few now. And we'll probably be meeting with them again next week. And I think that everybody's looking to partnership and Medi-Cal to see if we can get reimbursed for that secured car. We would have to purchase another secured car. That would cut, I think if those patients were transported by the secured car, I think that the 101 corridor, if Covolo gets some assistance, that could be covered at all. with the 4 ambulances that we have. We may be going to 5 ambulances. We're looking real close at that. We're doing it on the weekends. We're just trying to find the personnel to cover it right now. It may go to a paramedic in the daytime for 12 hours and then drop off to just EMTs.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Winter. Okay. When is the next Emergency Medical Care Committee? Who knows? Thursday. All right, so solution is here by Friday.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, Teresa Gowan, MedStar Ukiah Ambulance. So if you have any questions about what Leonard had, just ask me. Apparently I clean up. So I have a couple things I'd like to address. First of all, we do not have just 3 ambulance providers in the Mendocino County corridor. We have 4 ALS providers and 2 BLS providers. Without those BLS providers, it would actually weigh down our system a lot more. One of those is Covelo. We are in Covelo a lot. 15 calls may not sound like a lot, but like Mr. Winter said, it's a lot of hours that we're spending going up to Covelo, and it does draw down our system. When we send an ambulance up there and it takes a long time for a decision to be made whether the patient's going to be flown or whether they're going to go by ground ambulance, that ambulance is tied up. They can't just cut loose to go to another call. Sunday was a good example. We were at level 1. There was a call in Covelo. I was on a call out Montgomery Woods for 3.5 hours, way out there. Another ambulance was on a call in Ukiah. We kept getting back-to-back calls in Ukiah. We took a stat transfer to Queen of the Valley, which was a cardiac patient that had to move. So when the call came out in Covelo, that one ambulance that was available for the 101 corridor was pulled into Covelo because nobody could fly. About 20 minutes into responding to that call, the ambulance was staged along the 162 highway for Covelo to make the decision on whether or not they were going to transport the patient, leaving us at level 0 for an extended period of time for one patient that may or may not be transported because the decision isn't being made. Like Supervisor Haschek said, I have set up a meeting with Covelo Fire, Round Valley Clinic. Sheriff Kendall will be with us also. Supervisor Haschek and us are going to meet and see if we can figure out how to make things better for Covelo. They're doing an amazing job with what they have, but they don't have a lot. They have 3 EMTs and 4 non-EMT drivers. To run an ambulance service 24/7, they need help. With helping them, it will help the 101 corridor. Currently, we're running 4 ALS ambulances 24/7. With the additional 5th ambulance when I have the staffing. I will have to disagree with you, Supervisor Williams. There is a nationwide paramedic shortage when the biggest company in the state of California, who is AMR, is offering a $5,000 sign-on bonus to get paramedics because they can't staff. It's not just a small company not being able to pay the wages to the employees. We need to get our paramedic program back. A lot of our paramedics are going to fire jobs because fire jobs are ideal. You don't have to transport patients. You can make more money as a paramedic. We need to bring the program back. I went to this program. I stayed in this county. I didn't go anywhere. I've been here since the age of 2. My family's been here since the 1800s. Carrie and I go way, 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 way back. And I'm not going anywhere. So if I'm not invested in this, nobody's invested in this. I want to see our system built better. It is broken. It's been broken for a long time. When VeriHealth left on December 1st.
Thank you. Okay,
Am I done?
Please,
Okay.
just wrap it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we need to fix the system. There are things that we need to fix, and I think we need to get together. The EMS Ad Hoc Committee is an amazing idea. I hope you would invite the EMS providers who are currently providing services to sit on that committee and give our opinions and ideas on how to fix it.
Thank you. Oh, question.
So you have a meeting on Thursday and you're going to Covelo very soon. How quickly do you think you could help come up with a proposal?
For the county?
Well, it may be a bit of a maybe a bit of a patchwork, but I mean, you know, something to be tangible that the county could do to. If it was a subsidy, it's a subsidy. How soon do you think that could come forward?
So currently, you guys are already providing $66,000 to the providers who need the assistance. Covelo, Anderson Valley, and Laytonville. That does take a lot of weight off of the system. Anderson Valley is able to provide their EMTs some type of subsidy to be able to staff their ambulances. They're struggling. Laytonville provides an EMT to run with their paramedic to provide the ALS services. They need some help. Covelo, like I said, They're short. They need help. So I think the funding, if it's going to go anywhere, it should go to the outlying areas to help support the inland so we're not pulling ambulances out. How long do you think it's going to take? I have no clue. I don't know what Covelo is going to ask. Do they want money? Do they want classes? Do they want us to send an EMT up there or a medic on weekends? I don't know. It's a great question. I would hope within the next month or so we could have an idea on how to fix the system, but I'm not sure.
Supervisor Williams.
Do you agree that in order to fix this situation, funding is necessary?
It depends on where the funding is going.
Yeah, but
I think
is
that
it
funding of the rural areas who are struggling to help support the 101 corridor, yes.
is it possible to fix this situation without funding?
Probably not.
Okay. So one of the I want your input on this. It's not a trick question. So one of the difficulties I'm having is I've been watching this process unfold, I think. When did the Fitch study happen? Was that 2012? So over 9 years. And it's been 9 years of let's have meetings, let's get fire people in the room, let's get ambulance providers in the room, let's send it out to this committee. And we haven't gotten anywhere. The situation is worse today than it was 9 years ago. So it may be that it's the direction we have to take. Let's get a group together. But I only want to do that if funding is a possibility, because if we just get a group together to talk about creative solutions for addressing the rural outlying areas, not backed by any public money, I don't see how we're going to make progress. We've gone through that exercise N times. Would you agree, or do you think it's worth the exercise even if money isn't on the table?
Well, I think we need to find out how much money we need to put towards it before we can ask for a certain amount of money to fund it.
Agreed. Why do you think that hasn't happened in this 9-year period of the Fitch report, of the EOA? Why are we still talking about this a decade later?
That is a great question. I don't have the answer to that.
Do you think it's on the county side? Where is the breakdown?
I don't know. I don't know where the breakdown is. Can I address the level 0 really quick before I leave?
Of course.
Okay. So
Supervisor Williams.
Let me ask you a question. Can you explain the level 0?
Sure. Okay, so currently we have a system status management plan for the 101 corridor. Only the 101 corridor. It does not include the coast at all. So the 101 corridor goes from Kaminsky Station Road south all the way up to the Humboldt County line, over to the Lake County line, and into Anderson Valley. When we are at full staffing, MedStar, as we said, have 4 ALS ambulances 24/7 with the additional ambulances added in as we have staffing. When we get a call and it drops to level 3, there's no notification any longer, because level 3 is still sustainable. You have 1 ambulance in Ukiah, you have 1 ambulance in Redwood Valley, usually. There may be 2 in Ukiah, and then 1 ambulance in Willits at that time. When we drop to level 2, that means there's 2 ambulances on the 101 corridor. So there's 1 ambulance in Ukiah and 1 ambulance in Willits at that time. That's the positioning for those ambulances at level 2. And those are MedStar ambulances. Those aren't any other providers. Those are just solely MedStar ambulances since the exit of Falk in December. When we get to level 1, that MedStar ambulance is moved to Redwood Valley as it's centrally located to either go north or south, whichever is needed for a 911 call. When we go to level 0, that just means that MedStar no longer has an ambulance available for a 911 or an interfacility transfer. And then we have the Ukiah City and Laytonville, who in collaboration with us will run 911 calls. This gives both ends of the county still having coverage. Ukiah will remain in Ukiah. Laytonville moves down to 162, where we've been promised to have a coffee station put in soon, so when we're staging there, we can have at least coffee. And a porta potty per Chief Carberry. So that is what our system status is. When we go back to level 1, that means a MedStar ambulance has come available. So even when we are at level 0 on the 101 corridor, there are still ambulances available for 911 services. They're just not MedStar ambulances at that time.
Is it possible to do a transfer during that period?
Transfers are suspended at level 2 unless they are stat transfers. Yeah, so those 2 ambulances are left for 911 or stat transfer requests. Stat transfers have very strict guidelines on what a stat transfer is.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, this has been a good discussion. Yeah, if you want to make a public comment, come on up. State your name.
Dr. Debbie Marks. I'm an emergency physician who's been
Into the microphone.
I'm an emergency physician who's been practicing here since 2006. I would just like to say that since starting this year, it has become increasingly difficult to take care of patients once they get to Willits or to Ukiah. We have to remember that Willits is a critical access hospital and does not actually give a lot of services that our community needs, and they need to be transferred to a higher level of care. And those patients are getting delayed. As Teresa said, level 2 stops the transfers. So even when you get the patients to us, we can't get them to care, definitive care. And patients have been harmed by this. We've seen it over and over again. It has become very difficult, and I'm sure that that's why Dr. Matheson is here today as well. So when you said, is there a shortage? Is there a problem? Yes, because when you have those 911 responses, that's great. They come to a critical access hospital or to Ukiah. I practice at both, where again we have limited services. We do not have a lot of specialists, and they need to go outside of our 2 hospitals. We can't get them there. They have been delayed hours to the point of deterioration when we then try to get a critical care helicopter, which is also delayed, right? So it's been a problem. Thank you.
So hold one sec. Supervisor Williams.
So I've received some criticism over my agenda summary where I'm claiming patients are actually harmed by the current system and that they can't get the appropriate level of care, that the transfer is not timely or the 911 response isn't timely. Would you say that's accurate, not just theoretical, but that it's happening today?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I think that Amy Buckingham, Rebecca Danao, Lindsay Spencer would all be able to back those with real cases. And I know personally I've had those cases.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you differentiate between inter-facility transfers and stat transfers?
So interfacility transfer, so this is, you have to think about this in terms of, we have a patient who needs a bed, maybe for a medical problem, right? We don't have a bed at Ukiah, but there's a bed at Howard. We've gone both ways, right? The patient can be stabilized in our emergency department, but will be much comfortable when they aren't sitting on 1.5 inches of foam. That's different than a trauma patient or a stroke patient that could benefit from intervention, or some other, or GI, because we don't have GI call. Those patients need immediate services, but those patients are still being delayed, often hours, for definitive care.
My understanding was that when we go to level 2, then the inter-facility transfers are on hold, but a stat transfer could still be called for and an ambulance would respond. Is that not accurate?
So you have to understand what you're now asking our people to do. Are you going to take a patient out of the system, I mean an ambulance out of the system, for a transfer down to St. Helena or a transfer down to Santa Rosa from Willits? So that's a 3.5 or 4 hour turnaround, right? It's an 1.5 hours down there. And how stat is stat? I felt the patient needed to be stat transferred, and the nurse manager in the ED was saying, well, but it's going to take the ambulance out. We're down to a level 1. We can't do that, right? And so you have these moral and ethical dilemmas. I'm going to tell you, it's made it very difficult.
But you, I would presume, would be making your decision on what's the best interest of that patient that needs the trauma care.
I did, yeah.
Well, then you'd call for a stat transfer, I would
We
think.
did, right? And then and then what's the impact from every other person who might need to have a 911 call? It's made it very complex and complicated.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
We do have our...
Excuse me.
If I may.
So, we have 5 more minutes before we're going to take a break. So this might be a good time to take a break and then come back with some solutions or steps, next steps, because that's what we need to look at this point. So,
Unless someone absolutely needs a break, why don't we just,
Well-
and maybe someone does, otherwise I would think we'd stay
I
with
think,
the item.
well,
Which item are we on?
we're on 6B.
Oh, are we?
Yeah. We're on 6B. We're talking about the whole big picture still. Okay? So let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back. All right, we're back in session. Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Brown. Supervisor Williams. Okay. All right, thank you for coming back. And, you know, some people we haven't heard from yet are this Coastal Valley EMS agency. So if Jen and Brian, would you like to say anything about this issue? And then we'll move on to next steps.
Chair Haschak, members of the board, thank you. Jen Banks, representing your EMS agency for Mendocino County. We've covered a very wide array of EMS discussions in a very short time frame today, and I appreciate everybody's time and attention. I look forward to working with the ad hoc committee moving forward, as well as our newly constructed EMCC group that meets this Thursday. I'm here to answer any questions, if there are still some.
Supervisor Williams.
I'm always good for a question. You heard my comment that I've been following this for years, and I've seen we keep meeting and recirculating ideas, and we haven't made progress. What do you see us doing different this time? Is it just a funding issue?
It is, in the rural parts of Mendocino County, yes, I do think we have a funding concern because often in EMS services, where the core population exists is where your funding mechanisms to maintain a sustainable EMS system exists. So yes, I think we need to really explore the greater rural parts of our county in an effort to possibly financially support greater infrastructure for EMS services to those locations.
And you're familiar with the model on the North Coast that's better than break even. Do you see any reasons why that model wouldn't work on the 101 corridor? Why are we running losses over here? And if we're not running losses, I would think we could scale up back to the 7 units we had a year ago.
I do believe that question is better directed at the providers themselves. I do not have any overview or oversight to either agency budget or structure. I will say in Fort Bragg, they do run at a lower resource volume, so they're running usually 1.5 ALS ambulances a day compared to 4. That is a pretty significant cost increase when you're looking at an agency budget.
Got it. And I would think there'd be an economy of scale, though, that if you're running 4 and you add a 5th, that it would pencil out better than.
Again, I'm not privy to their budgets, so I'm not going to discuss that.
Did Coastal Valleys, or to your knowledge, did any government entity ask MedStar to not cover Covelo?
Yeah, I would like to clarify what happened there. So I believe it was probably about 6 years ago, we came to the board and with support from the executive office, the HHSA department, and Coastal Valley's EMS agency, we were exploring a mechanism to support EMS services in the rural part of Mendocino County, and we came up with the ALS Enhancement Fund. That was approved and supported by this board, and it has maintained support over the years. In bringing this fund forward to our EMS providers, it was discretionary to each EMS provider in the rural parts of the county who they wanted to enter an agreement with to become service partners. At that time, the Covelo Fire Department did enter an agreement with Falck VeraHealth, and that is how that relationship was formed. That was not a decision made by Mendocino County or by Coastal Valley's EMS agency.
And what action would you like to see us take today? What do you think would be the most successful to get us on a path of resolving this?
Thank you for asking that question. I think it's really important that the EMS ad hoc committee before us today understands that there are a lot of providers in the room that want to participate in future EMS ad hoc meetings. They have not taken place. I have not attended one in a very, very long time. I think I've only attended one in my 7-year history with the EMS agency in Mendocino County. Furthermore, I think we do have a wonderful opportunity with the the new EMCC committee to really explore these issues. We're getting into the weeds here at your podium today, and I apologize for that. I think we can really rely on our EMCC group to get into the weeds on the issues and the discussions that we need to have at a greater level, and then return to the board with a more formal presentation on ideas and momentum coming from that group. That is a starting point.
Thank you. Okay, we have some questions. Supervisor Jurdy.
So earlier today, I think someone said that nothing had happened in Mendocino County since 2012 Fitch Reporter. I know that's not true because I've seen changes just during the 7 years I've been on the board. Subsidies that the county previously had not offered was offering to Anderson Valley, Laytonville, Covelo. So I know that things have changed and evolved over the last several years. It's not been stagnant, zero, no change. My take of this is that we live in a changing world with changing reimbursement rates, a federal problem with Medi-Cal reimbursement rates being too low, and this is a problem affecting all of rural America. My research shows that this is affecting all of rural America, not just unique to Mendocino County. But what kind of time frame could you promise if you perhaps had access to the ad hoc committee that I'm not a member of, but I know we have 2 members of it? If the ad hoc were to meet with people as quickly as possible, how quickly do you think that people could come forward with some kind of recommendation?
I don't know that I have a time frame answer today. I mean, building an EMS system is very complex. We've addressed some of the basic fundamental issues present in our county today. I do not think this is going to drastically change in 30 days, 60 days, or 90 days. Unfortunately, that is very hard to say because we have a public that is expecting immediate change. The best we can do right now is we're really structuring out the meetings and the opportunity to have greater discussions. I do appreciate the recommendation that if there is any funding available from the general fund, that we need to try to capture that early on so we have something in place for the future budget. But unfortunately, without a system built, we don't know what that financial budget piece looks like to date. I would defer the question back to the ad hoc and this board, as I am staff and I'll take recommendations to execute projects and return anything to the board that is requested. But when it comes to a time frame, we have to really start beginning to have the greater discussions. And I hope those begin this Thursday at our Emergency Medical Care Committee meeting.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate your comments. But instead of the EMS...
Microphone.
Oh, excuse me. Instead of the EMS going out and gathering people together, it seems like the EMS ad hoc should go to the EMCC where everybody's already gathered.
Yes.
And have the discussion there. And I do think we are going to be getting new information fairly shortly. It is not, I do not believe, a given that Adventist will be managing Mendocino Coast District Hospital. They may, but that's not assured yet. And we do have confirmation from the city manager that they are hopeful that they'll have the results of their study in March. So there's quite a bit of information potentially coming forward in a short time frame. So, and I believe you and others have highlighted the EMCC as an appropriate venue for a lot of these discussions to take place, because that is where the most knowledgeable people who are providing the service are all gathered together in one room.
Correct.
And for that reason, I do tend to think that, well, when we get to the next item, it might be a little premature, and getting a more comprehensive view of the overall system before we start figuring out what is the next Band-Aid approach would seem to be more appropriate. I don't know, do you have any general thoughts on any of that?
I would love to put this together in a formal presentation, but just to touch on a few parts of our system that were brought up today, but I think we missed capturing the big picture. We currently have 8 EMS providers in Mendocino County. I've heard different numbers each time we come to the board. They are Long Valley Fire Protection District, Covelo Fire, MedStar, Mendocino Coast District Hospital, Ukiah Valley Fire Authority, Anderson Valley Fire Department, Coast Life Support, and Elk Volunteer Fire Department. All of those agencies provide EMS transport resources to Mendocino County, 5 of which are ALS. That's our Advanced Life Support paramedic level providers. We do not have 2, we do not have 4. We have 5 ALS providers available to provide transport services by, actually, and I do have to add AMR to that, they are permitted to provide service in this county, although they're not integrated into our daily operations. So those are the current service providers that we have available today.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Well, I think we're finding some unity here. It sounds like I want your feedback, Jen. A proposal might be that the board's ad hoc meet with the EMCC, document the current state, get everything down on paper so that all 5 board members have the access to the same information about what we're working with, and maybe come up with 2 lists. One is a short-term Band-Aids, because we know the longer-term solution will take time to put together, and then a longer-term plan that looks holistically at the entire county, that doesn't attack this piecemeal. Would you support working with us on that?
Absolutely.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I believe I heard you say you would love to give a formal presentation, and you just had some kind of off-the-cuff remarks. So maybe one approach would be for the EMS ad hoc and the EMCC to basically have a town hall type of meeting where we would hear presentations and public comment. And the EMCC has a history of meeting in very cramped quarters. So part of my thought in having a town hall type of format would be a larger venue where the general public would be able to participate, hear everything that's being discussed. Do you see value in that approach?
I definitely see value in that approach. I would like to hear feedback from the public. We are getting a lot of calls. There are a lot of people interested in EMS services in our county. It's a hot topic right now, and I think the better we can provide opportunity for people to come together and have a discussion, the better our outcomes will be as a greater whole.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and another approach that I've heard is that we could have a whole board workshop on this, some, half day, and have the EMCC and the whole board and whatever other stakeholders want to come in and just talk it out in a Brown Act open setting. So it doesn't matter to me which way we go on this. But I think both of those have validity.
I would support either.
Yep.
Okay. Yes, CEO Angelo.
Chair Haschak, just for clarification, just because of something Jen said, I wanted to be clear. Are we talking the fire and EMS sustainability ad hoc? Is that what we're talking about? Okay, because we've had, multiple ad hocs, and we've also had multiple working groups over the last few years. So it would be then Supervisor Williams and Supervisor McCowan. Is that right?
My understanding is we would work with Coastal Valleys and with the EMCC to collect the data, put a presentation together, but we want all 5, we want a Brown Act compliant so that all 5 can watch.
But as far as Supervisor McCowan suggested going to EMCC, which I believe is this Thursday,
Correct.
Is that right? And so it would be this ad hoc, it would be you and Supervisor McCowan that would go to EMCC and work with EMCC. And whether you do a town hall or a workshop, it's the full board, and that's fine. That makes perfect sense whichever way you go. But I just wanted to be clear because we have had multiple committees over the last few years, so thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Jurdy.
So just to restate that, so on Thursday, the ad hoc will meet with the EMCC, but then following that, the entire board will have a special board meeting, perhaps with the EMC, in a town hall meeting, and like maybe a special workshop evening.
There may be some intermediate steps or meetings between those two. The idea is to come organized to that town hall style meeting so that we have all the facts present from all the providers. For example, it would be great to have a chart going back a year's length of the ambulance level, how many were stocked, assuming dispatch has this. I think that would be helpful. I think, I tend to listen to the scanner. I have an idea when I hear there's not one available or it's pending on another call, whereas Carrie may not be listening all day, may not be, I heard her today ask about level 2. And the idea is all 5 of us need to have the same information to work with before we talk about funding a system.
Okay. How about if we come back, well, the ad hoc is going to go to the EMCC and then come back February 4th and provide a plan for how we're going to outreach to the community, how we're going to have, whether we're going to have an open workshop, presentation workshop, whatever it is, come back with a plan for that. And in the meantime, we're going to have, well, on February 5th, we're going to have this meeting in Covelo. And I think January 31st, the CEO and I are going to have that meeting with the college and Senator McGuire, talking about some of those long-term issues too. And so hopefully we can start getting our hands or heads around some of these big issues. So is that a plan going
Well, I
forward?
don't disagree, but I don't know that February 4th is the right date. But as soon as possible, when we think we have the appropriate information to share, and maybe that's February 4th,
Well,
but
you
maybe
don't
it's
have
the
to-
next
no,
meeting.
You don't come back with the presentation February 4th. You come back with a plan to move forward. Okay? And so it could be, hey, we're going to set up a special meeting. We're going to, block out this date or whatever so that we're all on board. Is that good enough?
That works.
Yes, teacher.
Okay.
I'd like to
Very
make
good.
one final comment. With all the meetings you just announced, I really want you to understand that the EMS agency is happy to participate in all of those meetings, should we be advised of when they take place.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
you.
All right. So we're still on 6B. Do we have a plan moving forward, I think? We're all in
Would
agreement?
you repeat
Okay.
the directive for staff, perhaps, if that's what it is?
Well, okay, so the ad hoc EMS, or
Would you
whatever
like-
you're calling yourselves.
Would you like me to repeat it?
You guys are going to the
The-
EMCC meeting tomorrow or Thursday.
Chair Haschak, I apologize. I just have to be so clear on this because there are so many committees and whether it's the staff or the public. So if we could be, as part of the motion, that it is it's the EMS and fire sustainability ad hoc.
Yes,
Please,
that
thank
ad
you.
hoc is going to attend the EMCC meeting on Thursday. At that point, you're going to discuss the whole issue, and you're going to figure out how to move forward.
With
Whether
a
it's going to
plan.
be a presentation, a workshop for the board, whatever it is, sometime in February, hopefully.
Well, I think the directive then is that we would report back on February 4th.
Right. Report back on February 4th. In the meantime, the CEO and I are attending this meeting with the college and Senator McGuire to talk about what kind of certification programs we can do for paramedics. We're going to have on February 5th that meeting in Covelo. And if Jen from Coastal Valleys wants to attend, or Brian, you're very much welcome. Okay? And so that's the plan we have.
And so then I wonder, we report back on February 4th and say, here is our plan for community outreach, town hall workshop, whatever it is. Meanwhile, on February 5th, you'll be having a meeting on how do we fix Covelo. It kind of seems like at some point, all that information what you learn on February 5th might be part of what will inform that workshop or town hall that we will be reporting back on. So maybe we're just coming back with a time frame of when we would be holding this
Exactly,
larger
yeah.
community meeting. And part of what the info you acquire on February 5th would also go to informing that workshop or community meeting.
Right.
Right?
Okay?
Okay.
Are we in agreement then?
Yes.
Okay, very good. All right, moving on to item 6C. And we have dealt with this in part. But discussion and possible action regarding formal request for a subsidy price estimate from Mendocino Coast Healthcare District transferable to Adventist Health for one advanced life support ambulance to be used primarily for the 101 corridor in collaboration with Coastal Valley's EMS agency for 911 responses and inter-facility transfers as appropriate. Supervisor Williams.
So I would still like to ask Mendocino Coast Healthcare District as a favor, given that they're a public entity running a public ambulance service, to look at what they do on the coast and how it might translate to the 101 corridor. And if they can tell us that they think the numbers will work out in a way that the service would break even or generate revenue, I think that would be an important data point for us in our planning. It's not to move forward and contract, but it's just as a favor to get that information from some experts, given that it's working with another government body. I think it's appropriate rather than lean on their staff to make a formal request.
Is that something you could do in the EMCC?
Well, we could, but we couldn't. We certainly couldn't do it officially as the Board of Supervisors. And so I would appreciate approval on this or similar language. If you want to strike transferable to Adventist Health, I'm totally fine with that. The reason I added that clause was we didn't know when this work would be done, and I don't want it to end simply because the hospital operations are assumed by a private hospital company.
Okay. Supervisor Jurdy.
I think there's good value in having that information, and I just would remind us that we did, all 5 of us, vote on a budget in June, and there was no proposal by any supervisor to carve out additional money for ambulance service. We also had $5.4 million of one-time carry forward money, and I don't believe there was a proposal by any supervisor to spend any of that money on ambulance service. But I think clearly there will be some amount of money that's at this point unknown to provide some sort of patch to the system. And so if there is value in just having a straw vote of the board saying, are you willing to provide some supplemental money for ambulance service, I would indicate yes. In a straw vote, yes. But I think at this point we don't have a proposal, so it's too early to know how much and to whom it goes.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We also don't have an agenda item that would call for our opinion on would we provide a subsidy beyond the subsidy that we currently do provide. People keep forgetting that. For probably 5 years we've been subsidizing ambulance service in rural areas. This information, again, I think it would be valuable, but I also think it would be the type of information that would feed into the countywide ambulance study that the city of Ukiah is contracted for. So I don't know why we would ask one provider over another necessarily. I'm still a little concerned about the appearance of the way this is written. It certainly seems to favor one provider over all others, and so I'm hesitant about that. But I think we all want the information to come forward, and it would seem that the community meeting we're talking about, as well as the City of Ukiah ambulance study, would be the appropriate venues for that.
Supervisor Williams.
Let's see if we can compromise on the item. Would the board support giving the ad hoc the authority to make requests of various ambulance companies to collect data to bring back to the full board? Including, I would think it would include this item that we might ask an ambulance provider in one part of the county, would you mind helping us understand, could you break even on another part of the county? If not, why? And maybe pose those questions in multiple directions so that we can start issue spotting and figuring out, is there a model that would self-fund, or do we definitely need a subsidy? If the answers we get back are, yeah, we think we could do it and it wouldn't cost anything, that's valuable. If what we hear is, no, you would need to subsidize, say in the case of Covelo, if we ask a couple of providers, could you do business in Covelo without a subsidy, and they say no, I think that's valuable to bring back to the full board.
Supervisor McCowan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I think we want the information, but I think we have to be careful about how we acquire that information. And you keep going back to let's ask this one provider. It'd make at least as much sense to ask the current provider on the 101 corridor who's been providing the service for over 80 years, it sounds like. And I would appreciate it if we could go back to County Council to see, after all this discussion, is there some concern over asking for specific estimates from specific providers? Does that potentially compromise the flexibility of the county and what direction it may go going forward? So, you know, I'd appreciate it if we could see if County Council has any thoughts.
County Council?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I understand the proposal is sort of evolving, but as I understand it, it's still the concept of asking for some information in terms of an estimate as to the amount of money that would be needed to provide a service under a contract at some point in the future, with the idea that it would at some point be contracted for. I think the thing to be careful about is to the extent that you're asking for specific information or specific numbers from a potential provider on a future competitive process or a future RFP, that there is some potential to either restrict your options somewhat by eliminating potential bidders, or to put in a little bit of potential vulnerability or complication in terms of the competitive process.
Okay. Supervisor Williams.
For County Council, would you be more comfortable with us asking all of the ALS providers in the county whether they could staff additional units in other parts of the county without a subsidy? We wouldn't get into numbers.
If I may.
Yes.
I do believe that does make it significantly safer. I don't want to say that anything is perfect, but it would certainly mitigate the risk if we're simply talking about can it be done without any sort of subsidy.
Yeah, and not target the question to anyone, but apply it to all. Would you be comfortable with that, Supervisor McCowan?
I'm getting closer, but if I may, I think instead of saying what would it take for you to provide a service in another part of the county, what would it take for you to provide additional ambulance service? Because otherwise you're potentially excluding the one operating in a certain area from providing enhanced service in that area.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
We're getting closer.
This is.
The reason I say another area is I would like to know, I mean, maybe MedStar can help cover Anderson Valley that needs ALS. That would be important data for us.
Maybe they could help cover their existing area though, too.
Maybe can they add one or two more units in their current area? I would think if they could, they already would. Maybe they could, maybe they can't at market rates for paramedics, that you have to pay a premium to get them from out of area. I don't want to get into those details, but I would like to understand, of the existing providers, are any of them willing, if asked, to serve parts of our county that are currently underserved?
Well, if you simply...
Okay, let's look at this. And maybe this is a question that really needs to go back to that EMCC. because we're just, we can ask them all day long, but it's really one of those things that should be hashed out in another setting, I think.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, I think we can put that question on the table Thursday. But again, the question I'm comfortable with is to ask all of the providers, can they provide, would they be able to provide or be interested in providing additional ambulance service, and what would it cost, and would it require a subsidy? That doesn't preclude anybody from offering information on what it would take for them to operate in any particular area.
Second.
Okay, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just saw that the clerk handed you public comment cards, and I think it'd be very appropriate to hear from the public. We might get an answer to the debate, or come up with some type of response from the two supervisors. I bet public comment will put us right on tack.
We're going there, thank you.
Okay.
Yes. All right, we have public comment now. So, Mr. Allman.
Thank you, Chair. I spoke most of mine with item 6B, but on this matter, because it is critical, you know, we're coming up on the summer months and so forth, whatever you decide, I'd certainly suggest that we do a 6-month quick fix while we talk about what kind of solution it's going to be. And whether it's MedStar or whether it's the Fort Bragg ambulance, let's get somebody who's going to commit to being up in the north part of the corridor for as soon as possible, and then we can have a conversation, almost an academic conversation, of how we're going to solve the problem. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Matheson.
I made most of my comments at the beginning. I agree with Mr. Allman. We got to get a quick fix, a Band-Aid on this situation while we think about the long-term solutions.
Okay, thank you.
Teresa Gowan, MedStar Ambulance. I just want to address Anderson Valley really quick. Currently, we do have an MOU with Anderson Valley, and that's how they received the funding from the ALS enhancement, where when we do have a paramedic available, we do provide the paramedic services to Anderson Valley. Before we started staffing more in Ukiah, it was more available. It has been not as often. Since December 1st, I will have a paramedic back in there on Saturday for a 24-hour shift, possibly a 36 if they would like it. But even on my days off, which are very few, I will respond to calls in Anderson Valley. So Anderson Valley does have some augmented services in their area. It's not what it should be, but they are receiving some ALS services to the community with the MOU that we currently have in place with them.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Supervisor
What
Williams.
what percent of the time is Anderson Valley covered with ALS today?
Well, when I'm home, I may not be on.
Sure,
The,
but what-
you know, when I hear a call go out that is an ALS call, I will respond to that call.
Half the time, 10%?
I would say I'm home pretty much half the time right now. And like I said, they will be getting that paramedic back on this Saturday. And as soon as I'm starting to get a little bit more staffing on Saturdays, because that is their preferred day for ALS services, then they will start getting that paramedic back into the valley more often. It's just, like I said, getting the paramedics into the seats. It's not just putting ambulances, because we do have ambulances available to staff, just no staffing for them.
Supervisor McCowan?
Well, I see Chief Avila coming forward, and I think some of us in the room are psychic, because just before Teresa Gowan spoke, I was going to ask about Anderson Valley and invite you to come forward, because have all this focus on Covelo right now, but Anderson Valley is pretty critical also.
It is. So Andres Avila, Fire Chief, Anderson Valley. Thank you for bringing this up, and Teresa has been phenomenal when she's there. Anderson Valley is a BLS service. We keep talking about paramedic. We have a certain amount of paramedics, we want to deliver life-saving care. In Anderson Valley, it's BLS. I've heard people say, we have one ambulance left in the 101 corridor. That's one paramedic ambulance. I've heard people also refer to when you have a BLS ambulance, it's half an ambulance. Anderson Valley runs on multiple volunteers. We have about 20. An EMT goes in the attendant seat, and then the driver is not even an EMT. We're running on even less than half. We're could be considered a quarter. We run a district that is approximately from the Sonoma County line to the Willits first exit, or equivalent to south coast of the Sonoma County line to the Navarro Bridge. We have a tremendous amount of area, and we have what some people would consider a quarter of an ambulance. We do not have adequate service there. We do not have enough service there. When Teresa's there, it's wonderful. But we need to make sure that when you have a heart attack, you don't have to choose which day it is. We want to have sustainable and quality service in our district, and we currently do not have that. So thank you to Teresa for everything she does when she's there, but we don't need people to choose when and what day they have their medical aids on. Thank you.
If I get in a wreck on 128 near Yorkville, say a deer jumps in front of me, am I getting pain meds?
At this point, no. Today, no.
So can you explain what BLS is? Not everybody is on the same.
In short, it's a non-invasive type of treatment. We can do things like, assess a patient. We can give them O2. With the expanded scope, we can do things that maybe help people with, say, congestive heart failure, things of that nature, which has been a good feature to have these new scopes. But we can't give the pain drugs. We can't do intubations, no, IVs, things of that nature, which are critical when time, when a call needs it. So as far as having life-saving capabilities, we can do some interventions, but when it really, when people really need it, you need that ALS.
How long have you been involved in trying to correct this ambulance concern?
The Fitch study was on my desk when I took the job.
And do you think have we made progress?
With the subsidies of the ALS funding, which I thank the whole board for, we've been able to stipend our volunteers $30 for 12-hour shifts. There's 4 people per day that get a $30 stipend.
Are we in better condition today than we were back when you started?
No.
And last, what do you think we could do different this time? Not attributing any culpability, but we don't want to repeat mistakes that have been made in past years that have left us.
I've heard, you're repeating the same mistake multiple times is the definition of insanity. Yeah. I think we're going down the road of repeating the same mistakes. I think that we need to do what they're talking about, augment the inland with what they need. I've heard multiple chiefs talk about not having service within the amount of time they need. But we also need to focus heavily on the rural areas. Laytonville, Covelo, and Anderson Valley, if we were augmented, we would then be able to help our neighbors. I know we would be able to reach out to Elk, Comshy. We would even be able to help with system status management to the interior of inland. When we have our second ambulance, we'd still be able to cover it with the manner we have it now. So we would be able to help by those 3 ways. Helping Anderson Valley, Laytonville, and Covelo, and then again, any little subsidies you could do for the interior.
Okay. All right, very good. Thank you. Any other public comment?
David Beat, Coast Hospital again. So I'd just like to say that the EMCC was never a formally recognized body as a reporting body to the Board of Supervisors, and we're going through the process of becoming a formalized body so that we can report to you. That's just coming together. We've all just applied for the positions. We've registered with the county clerk. This is our first meeting that you're trying to party crash, as it were. So it's likely to be a little chaotic. Just a heads up. So we're going to be meeting about the Brown Act rules and the rules of how to conduct a meeting in accordance. It's going to be a challenging time to get real answers out of that committee. I think they are they have the knowledge base and they have the information, and they can come up with solutions to this problem in a meaningful way. But it's just we're just getting going. So have mercy.
Okay, thank you.
We're used to chaos.
Okay, any other public comment? Chief Carberry.
Good afternoon, Board. I just need to clarify for the taxpayers of Laytonville that when our ALS ambulance is sitting at Highway 162, staging at level 0, that we take our volunteers and upstaff our second ambulance as a BLS ambulance. So our area is covered, even though we're not exactly in town. So just so for the taxpayers that are watching, we gotcha.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment?
Thank you, Chair, Hashtag members of the board. I just want to make one recommendation to your board today. As your EMS staff, I think it would be a good decision to direct staff to conduct an updated fiscal analysis of the current EMS system. I am confident that that's something we could get done rather quickly with this conversation today. I've already been reaching out to providers as I've been listening to this discussion evolve. But really, I think an updated fiscal analysis on the current system conditions is a very important driving force for the EMS ad hoc and the EMCC committee to work with as we look at our ongoing system structure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
If I may,
Supervisor McCowan.
question. and sorry not to be a little quicker on the draw there, but would it be appropriate to also direct you to do at least a thumbnail study of what might system enhancements cost?
We'd be happy to do that. I'm taking any and all staff direction today to improve the EMS system in Mendocino County.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, it's back to the board.
I'm ready for McCowan to make a motion.
I'll second yours.
Well, it sounded like a motion was made by Coastal Valley. Anyone want to take that up?
I move we direct Coastal Valleys to perform a fiscal analysis of the current system and potential enhancements.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, very good. Any further comment? Okay, we're going to vote by the button. Okay. Very good.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you for that help on that motion.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, I think this has really been an excellent discussion, and I think one thing that it's made clear is that the EMS system is very complicated here in the county. I also think it's made clear that despite the challenges of a relatively poor rural county, geographically dispersed, low population base, the people who are working within the system, the hands-on, on-the-ground people, are doing, I would say, an exceptional job with the available resources. So I think, there's a lot of moving pieces here, but the people doing the work overall are really serving the public well. And it's not that we couldn't do more with more resources. We're fortunate to have the people that we have doing the work they're doing. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, final comment. As much as I'm after improving the system, I think there's value in working through this process to build transparency, to convey to the public what they can expect. Today, people who haven't called 911 don't understand what a reasonable expectation may be, and it varies greatly throughout the county. There are some cases, I think about myself or my family, where I would want to go to the nearest facility. There are some cases where I would wait for an ambulance. There are some other situations where I would prefer somebody drive me because I know how far out I am and that I'm going to get to the hospital before the ambulance ever gets to me. And I know that raises, liability for first responders, and you want proper packaging and to follow protocol. But being realistic in a rural area, I think there's value in the public understanding how to better balance those trade-offs. And, if you tell me there's no ambulance available, I'll have my neighbor drive me to the hospital. That's better than having me wait 2 hours not knowing what's going on. So even if we don't fund the system to improve it, just building that transparency is a gain over where we're at today.
Okay, thank you. And I think it was a very worthwhile discussion. We've spent over 2 hours on it, and I think that we did come away with some tangible, steps that we're going to take.
Are you calling the 420 rule?
So anyway, yeah. Okay, any other comments from the board?
Yes, he just embarrassed me because I didn't know what I said that time. But I sure heard about it.
Okay. So it's, as Supervisor Williams said, it's 4:20, and I'm going to call this meeting adjourned.